The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you. Let me see if I could do this. Okay. I want to thank you for tuning in. I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson, and I'm back. I know I took a little time off, and I'm running late tonight, so just deal with it. We'll be all right. We'll get to what we need to get to, like I always do, on these airways here. But welcome to the show. I would like to invite you to go to talkrealsolutions.com, and there you will find the 3-point plan to Black empowerment and financial freedom. It has 3 points. The first point is to get together with like-minded people. The second point is to stop all unnecessary spending and save your money. The third point is, as a unit, invest or save your money in a verified and trusted institution. A great goal will be for you to open a Black-owned business. And right above the website, the link, the 3-point plan, you have a link to African American owned banks and credit unions. We could all start moving our money to these institutions to start practicing group economics today, and check out the rest of the links and articles on the website. That's where we will be getting the news stories from. You can follow along on the website, or you can follow along on YouTube. And I'll share the links as they come up, and you guys can follow the links if you want to. And I'll share the links and all of that kind of stuff. You guys can follow along on the website, or you can follow along on YouTube. All right, and if you want to participate in the show tonight, all you have to do is call the number in the description. It is 717-908-1834, and push the access code at 917-324, and I'll get you on the line here. Once again, I know I missed last week. I had to take a little trip out of town and handle some business. But, let me just say, first of all, before I start getting crazy, is that we lost a musical icon at the age of 83 in Tina Turner. And this was a wonderful lady. Everybody, I don't care who you are, you have been touched in some shape or form by this woman's music and the contributions that she's given to that art. It's you can't measure it. People like to highlight the movie that was put out with her and the husband and the relationship and all of that kind of stuff. But that is not that is not who I see. I see someone that was born uh, in rough times and came up and made something of herself, had some downfalls, and then she shot into space after her second iteration of getting on the charts and all that kind of stuff. So I would just like to say rest in peace to Miss Tina Turner, anime bullet, born in 1939 and passed away yesterday in 2023 at 83 years old. So yeah, she will be missed. I mean, she contributed to a lot of music. She was a trendsetter, and she would definitely be missed. But let's move on and let me do what I normally do on this show. If you want to call in and participate, of course, you know I invite any and all conversations. I don't care. There's nothing intimidating to me, no subject matter. You can call in and get this work, or you can call in and contribute some logic, but don't call in and say nothing crazy because you will be corrected. Um, yeah. All right. So what's going on? Well, this I don't know how to put it, but it seems to me that where we are at now is in this building stage of this extremist ideology in America that is reverting back to discrimination, racism, and division in this country. And people are just allowing it to happen without speaking out against it. Years ago, I used to talk about racism and white supremacy, and people used to call in and push back and all that kind of stuff. And, my angle was coming from the Bible and showing you how it programs people and to believing and getting into this mindset to where you're just a puppet of that doctrine. And that's just what, any religion is, not necessarily Christianity, but all religions makes you a puppet to that doctrine. And it doesn't matter what is being said or done, you're going to agree with that doctrine. And that was, the core part of the core message of why I was so hell bent on warning people about the idea of religion, because it ain't nothing but indoctrination. That's all it is. People will do anything and then, use that doctrine to justify it, or use that doctrine to lean on to try to understand the world, or to use that doctrine to try to explain away things, and just keep falling back on that doctrine time and time and time again. And that's how powerful religion is that it doesn't matter what happens, there's always an explanation to the believer that, it can be explained away in the eyes of their deity, and it explains everything, which is a ridiculous idea because everything can't be explained. Things just happen sometimes. It's not found in some book that was written about 2,000 years ago, or however your doctrine is. There's no way in the world, because man is hundreds of thousands of years old, and before the printing press, there was no such thing as a doctrine, and humans was getting along just fine then. It wasn't like a certain belief system existed and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know, because I'm not speaking firsthand. I'm just assuming, since they didn't write, since they didn't have pen and paper, and was able to pass this type of thing around. They handle things differently. And that's as far as I go at trying to assume what they was doing before the printing press. But my point is, what believing in these doctrines and believing in these prophets and believing in these leaders have done has ripened people or programmed people in such a way that they will believe any leader, anything that people will say, because they are going to be saved. And believing in these religions have actually put people in such a way to where they whatever anybody says that has influence, um, or power or position of authority, we are easily drawn to that person. It doesn't matter uh, what that person is saying, as long as you or a group of people think that they have influence, then you are drawn to them. That's human nature. It's tribalism. Whenever you have the leader of a tribe, that asserts this power, or yields voodoo or whatever, all the leaders of the tribe, follows that person, the chief of the tribe. That's just tribalism. That's all it is. But in modern times, you watch people with money and influence and charisma lead people. Humans just automatically fall in line. I don't know what that is, but it's easy for me to spot out because I've really never been a follower. I don't know how I can explain that my entire life that I've never really been a follower. I remember being younger and seeing people follow people and fawn over people, and that just wasn't a thing to me. I never follow sports because to me, the fans look like they're putting those players up on a pedestal to worship them. I never really um, uh, liked any type of musician, well, except for Prince and Michael Jackson. But I wasn't crazy over them like you see some of these fans be. As a matter of fact, I went to a concert in Germany and seen Roger Troutman, and everybody was going crazy, and I was like, "What the fuck? He just up there singing, calm down." Um, and they were just losing their mind, and that never was my thing, and I can't explain that to people whenever I talk to them about sports and not following these people and all this kind of stuff. People just don't understand. So that's why I'm saying that I can stand on the outside and see when people are falling for this tribal mentality and following these charismatic politicians and charismatic celebrities or actors or athletes, and I just have never done that. I have never done that, and that's just not ever been my thing. The way I look at other humans is that they're other humans. They have more success and more talent, and that's just them. They was able to manipulate their way through this life and gain more material stuff. But we have a great number of people that don't have my mindset, and that's where politics come in, especially in this country. When you're looking at white America, those people are looking for a savior, right? Those people are looking for someone to follow behind, no matter what that person is. It's their tribalistic mentality that tells them to agree with that person, no matter how many flaws that person has. It's their religious mindset that's telling them to, with a tribalistic mindset, just support this person, right? Now, whenever you put it in that context and you look at what's going on in politics in 2023, you can see that that behavior can cause some extremist mentality. For instance, if your leader is spouting white supremacist ideology and you're in that tribal mindset, it is programmed in you to push that mindset or pretend like that mindset don't exist, so your group can achieve higher than the next group, right? So to me, it's basic. It's basic what's going on in this country. Whenever you look at politics, whenever you look at people like Sarge, whenever you look at people like ABC, it's like basic human instinct. They're blind. They're like blind puppies, cult members, just following these political leaders. The same thing that they accuse me of when it comes to supporting the other side, which I don't see myself like that, because I know I criticize these people on the other side. I criticize I criticize them all the time because I don't agree 100% with what anyone does on this planet. And that's probably the problem with the left or progressive thinkers or free thinkers, is that we don't mind pointing out the flaws in what we see, right? But the other side, they will blindly follow them no matter how much wrongdoing they are doing. So that's what we see. That's how we ended up having a insurrection in my lifetime. That's how we ended up having a governor of Florida that is attacking black people and LGBTQ with policy, with laws and legislation. That's how we're rolling back some of the achievements when it comes to affirmative action and voters' rights, because you got these cult-minded people that is saying to hell with being moral, fair, and justice. We want to be in charge and we want to oppress the other group. And we're going to use our power to do that. And what you're witnessing now is that they're using the terminology of woke to accomplish their goals. Whenever you hear woke, all you have to do is the reason that they're using woke, because they know they can't say black, or they know they can't name a group of people and say that we're going to make policies against you. That's why Ron DeSantis is going around talking about I am going to be the anti-woke governor and I'm going to fight against woke, because all that means is, if you look at his actions, all he did was ban black books and ban LGBTQ books. That is woke to him, right? Why didn't they ban any white authors, right? Why didn't they take out any white classes? There's a whole lot more violence and danger that the kids are exposed to in the history that I learned about this country from white Americans. Hell, all you have to do is go read about the conflicts in this country. Hell, read the Bible. I don't know how much violence is in there. It's just crazy. God killed trillions of goddamn people at one damn time. We just passed a holiday where, they had to put a mark over the door Easter and do this thing to where they put, I guess, blood over the door, and they killed the firstborn. So, I mean, whenever it comes to banning, if they're concerned about violence and children being exposed to violence, they probably need to start there, but they don't, because it's about racism and white supremacy. That's what it's about. It's about these people realizing that potentially in the future, they're not going to be in the majority anymore. It's about them taking their last breath at trying to secure power for their future. It's about them being afraid of me sitting up here right now speaking as freely as I can about the racism and white supremacy, and the possibility that other people are listening to me and may get some ideas on their own. This is what they're afraid of. They yell free speech and they yell the Constitution, but they don't intend for us to use it in such a way that we can try to influence others. They want to be able to be the ones to dictate when and what to say and how to say it. Right? Like I said before, when I was talking about white supremacy and racism on this airway, that's why you would have a lot of black people call in here and tell me to shut up. Tyrone, you're not telling the truth. That is not the way things are. I always get corrected, even though I know I'm right. I don't present anything that is false. I would never try to feed you any misinformation, any lies, or any conspiracies. And if I can be corrected, I will be corrected. But even though I was telling that truth, right? People will always try to argue with me and correct me because they've been programmed to knock that type of language out. A prime example is one time when me and Howard was having a conversation about the black laws. You know, he swore up and down the black laws lasted 1 year. And I was like, no, Howard, they actually partially still into existence, but they lasted a lot longer. But no, he wanted to cuss me out, call me all kinds of names, question my education, and try to stomp down me educating people about what is really going on in this country when it comes to white supremacy and how ingrained in society these rules were, right? And that's understandable because you get that from our people all the time. And I see it so much that, you know, I just take it on the chin and I continue to try to speak truth to power. And, you know, it's a struggle, but that's what you got to do, you know. And I wouldn't call myself an activist because I'm not really out there, but, you know, my mind is free. There is nothing that stifles my thought whenever it comes to racism and white supremacy. You know, I don't mind saying it to you or to someone's face about what is really going on in this country, because we need to stop holding our heads down and look at what's really going on. And if you look at politics today, if you look at what's going on in the House of Representatives today, you have the KKK, white racists, trying to undo laws, undo progression in this country that affects us, period. If you look across this country at voter restriction laws, they're trying to undo progress. There's a reason why Donald Trump wanted to overturn Georgia, because Georgia, the black people showed up down there and they turned that red state blue. That's what happened in Georgia. That's why white America is pissed off with Georgia, because Georgia is a southern state below the Mason-Dixon line, and it was a red state that flew the Confederate flag, and this last election, it turned blue, and they can't stand that. That's why Donald Trump and his minions and those those fake electors were trying to say, nope, black people, y'all cannot have this, because we're white America and we're going to take this from you. That's what's going on in Georgia. Stacey Abrams busted her ass to ensure that Georgia would show up, and they did. And they changed that state from red to blue, and white America couldn't stand that. So that's what, and all of that, what I'm saying right now, it all relates to this tribal mentality that I'm talking about. Because not only did you have Donald Trump and his minions try to overturn the election in Georgia, but you had white Americans all across white Americans, racist Americans all across this country that supported the idea of Donald Trump making that phone call and asking for 11,000 votes. Lindsey Graham in South Carolina, you know, he supported it. All the other politicians across this nation is not calling it out, so you know they supported it. Because we clearly heard the phone call where he was trying to cheat in the election, where he was trying to commit voter fraud. We heard the phone call. We also was aware that Donald Trump made another phone call to President Zelensky trying to cheat in the election and trying to overthrow or damage his opponent by using foreign people to try to change the outcome of the election. So why is that okay for a white man to commit these criminal acts, and the majority of Americans don't say anything about his wrongdoing? Well, like I said, it's that tribal mentality. Whatever the chief do, we got to support. Whatever Massa do, he's in the right. That's when you get them coons like ABC and Sarge agreeing with what Trump is doing and not calling him out. They're aware of what the law is. They know what's right and wrong. But because they are cult followers and they're in this cult-like mentality, they will never say to my face, you know what? This dude is wrong. They will never say in my face, you know what? When Donald Trump was on that Hollywood Access bus talking about grabbing women by the vagina, that's sexual assault. Even though they know that's wrong, because they wouldn't want their family members getting grabbed by the whatever, you know, they know that's wrong, but they would never say that to me because of that cult-like mentality. They would never say that phone call that Donald Trump made to Georgia is wrong. They would never say that Donald Trump coming up with these fake electors is wrong. They would never say when they watch the people that they support climb all over the steps and shit in the hallways of the Capitol on January the 6th, that one time have they said that was wrong. That entire rally that day, that everyone that was involved, they never said it was wrong. Because they are so indoctrinated and have a cult-like mentality that to say that to somebody like me is worse than the act of them doing the wrongdoing. That's crazy. For them to be humble and say to anybody on the left or anybody that don't support their political, for them to admit their wrongdoing, they would fucking roll over and die at that moment. That's how programmed these guys are. Even though we watched Tucker Carlson get fired from Fox News because he committed an offense against that network, whatever it was, there was a reason that he got fired. We will never hear them come out and say Tucker Carlson was wrong, even though he's jobless now. Even though Fox News is putting out dirt on that piece of shit racist now. We will never hear them come out and say that Tucker Carlson was wrong. We will never hear them demean the network that got them thinking this way. Because Fox News is still in legal trouble, having to pay out damn billions of dollars because they putting out propaganda, like I've been saying, over these years. You don't have to pay $1 billion because you're telling the truth. You have to pay billions of dollars when your ass is lying. Lying about COVID. Killing people in this country. Giving misinformation with all these quack pop doctors that come on the airway. Killing people in this country. Fox News and Donald Trump is... Listen, I don't even know how else to say this, but these people cause so much death. Well, allegedly, I guess I can say that. These people caused so much harm in this country during that pandemic, and nobody has called them out except for Tyrone Thompson. They're not even saying because the president of the United States gave bad information about a fucking global pandemic, this caused that country's death rate to rise. Go look at the numbers compared to the rest of the world. The United States is leading. There's a reason for that. These dumb motherfuckers will sit up here and watch children be blown away in their schools. Listen, guys. See, that fucks with me. And I know I'm probably gonna go off from where I was going, but whenever I think about this, it's just something that rubs me the wrong way. Because, listen, I remember my kindergarten. I remember my elementary school. I remember going to high school. I remember repeating the goddamn grade. I remember school. There was never a time when I was going to school. I remember my kindergarten teacher, Miss Jones, Miss Lindsay. I remember my middle school teacher, Miss London, Miss Ellis, Mr. Falk. I remember my high school teachers. Who did I have? I had a whole bunch of teachers, but I remember them, right, in school. And if you're listening to me, you know that whenever you went to school, being murdered in class was not a thing. You had to worry about lying about bringing your homework in. You had to worry about whether that little girl was looking at you. You had to worry about whether you and this dude was going to fight at lunch. And I had to worry about what kind of drum beat I was going to beat on the desk in the back of the class, in the back of my algebra class, because I was drumming on my damn desk. Never during my school years have I ever worried about being shot at school. You know, I know my experiences is well, I know for a fact that it's different from y'all's because y'all was probably studious and listen to the teacher and, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But either way, my point that I'm trying to make is that's not a place where you're supposed to heighten up security, put up fucking fences, go through fucking shooter drills, have children wear Kevlar backpacks, go through metal detectors. That is not the place for that. And Donald Trump and the right wing has radicalized this society so much that they don't give a fuck about walking into a school and blowing fucking children away. That's where this comes from. That's what that cult-minded mentality do to you. Is it radicalizes you to where you're okay with the fucking First Amendment and your AK-47, you can walk right into a goddamn school and blow people the fuck up. Is that the fucking tyranny you guys are talking about? Fucking kindergartners? That's fucking ridiculous. That's why they're in the shooting up schools. That's why we're having these mass shootings, because we have these right-wing radical extremists that has been programmed and indoctrinated by the extreme right of this country that says that they need to use a bullet to get their fucking political point across. Why do you think Nancy Pelosi stepped down from the Speaker of the House? I know the excuse that she gave. You know, she was trying to pass on the gavel and all that kind of shit, you know, give some young leaders. No, she stepped down from the Speaker of the House because Fox News and the right wing of this country has radicalized this idiot so much so that he went into Nancy Pelosi's house and beat her fucking husband over the head with a goddamn hammer. That's the shit you guys are listening to. And then just last week, we had some fucking Nazi try to drive into the White House with a damn U-Haul truck. And it goes on and on and on and on and on. where you cult-minded motherfuckers, y'all gonna ignore them and call them, they ain't got nothing to do with us. Well, it do have something to do with y'all. Because one of the oath keepers today got fucking 18 years in jail. That was at January the 6th, supporting your political ideology, and got charged with seditious conspiracy. He's going to jail because of what the fuck you follow, because of Fox News. This motherfucker gonna spend 18 years of his life in fucking jail. And you still playing blind, dumb, and stupid, listening to the fucking Republicans. They don't give a fuck. They've got something going on right now with this debt ceiling. And that stupid ass Comer, he actually said it out of his mouth. He said the reason that they're doing an investigation on Hunter Biden is to fuck up Joe Biden's popularity. And he actually came out on Fox News and said that his fucking whistleblowers, well, they missing now. A whole fucking human disappeared. So, and he actually came up and said that they ain't got shit on Joe Biden connected to Hunter Biden's laptop. And you niggas push that shit around like it's fucking news. It's been 5 fucking years. Listen to me. Let me say this right here. If there would have been anything on that goddamn laptop, and I'm not even a fucking lawyer or a judge or anything, if there would have been anything on that laptop, in 5 years, don't you think that we would have seen something? Besides y'all passing around nude pictures of fucking Hunter Biden, you gay fuckers. Don't you think in 5 years you would have seen something? It didn't take, what was that dude name? It didn't take Mueller long at all to lock up Paul Manafort, Michael Flynn, all them Russian motherfuckers. And when they did his investigation, he locked up a whole bunch of motherfuckers. Whenever the Durham report got done, all they did was badmouth the FBI. Nobody went to fucking jail. Nobody went to jail. The whole spying on the Trump campaign was bullshit. He couldn't prove it. The Durham investigation didn't turn up shit. Didn't lock a motherfucker up. Sarge was running around here, the Durham report is going to lock this motherfucker up. It's going to lock this motherfucker. There ain't nobody going to jail. He done. 5 years and nothing. That's that cult-like mentality. Y'all, listen, the right wing got y'all wrapped around their fingers so much, y'all believe any goddamn thing. It doesn't matter what the hell they spew out of their damn mouth. You'll believe it. You will believe it. Now watch this right here. Here's another fucking Houdini trick, right? It's crazy. Okay, let me just make sure that I know what I'm talking about before I run my mouth. Oh God. Okay. I didn't want to lie. All right. What you looking at on the screen is Joe Biden is 80 years old. And damn it, I'm going to be the first to say I think that he too old to be goddamn president. That's my opinion. Right? But they got y'all wrapped around their fingers so much, you're looking at this as a problem that this man is 80 years old, but you ignoring the fact that goddamn Donald Trump is 76. Are you telling me that there's a big difference between being 76 years old and 80 years old? So much so, y'all gonna talk about this man's age, Joe Biden, and not say shit about this old orange fat motherfucker that wears diapers? They got y'all wrapped around their fingers so much, they got y'all fucking talking about Joe Biden's age all the damn time. And we know Trump is senile. We know he fucking crazy because he just lost a fucking civil case about sexual assault, and the next night he forgot it because he got sued again for saying the same dumb shit. That dumb son of a bitch, after he lost that civil fucking case, the sexual assault and defamation, on the CNN town hall, he went there and said the exact same thing that caused him to pay $5 million. So we know he's senile. We know he's stupid as shit. But y'all ain't saying shit about the fucking goddamn Alzheimer's that Donald Trump is going through. He's really, that man is not mentally capable of running this country. Now, Joe Biden, I think what he does, this is just my opinion, I think that what he does is he relies a lot on his cabinet and the staff that works in the White House, and he takes in advice, and he probably makes decisions based off of that. We seen how Donald Trump operate. Everything got to come through him. Everything got to come through Donald Trump. He had to hire his fucking son, his son-in-law, his daughter. He had to fire everybody and put in everybody that was loyal to him. Right? And the decision that Donald Trump make is not fucking sane. They just aren't. There is something wrong with that, man. And y'all so fucking wrapped around this goddamn cult leader's finger that y'all don't even give a shit. Donald Trump is ape shit crazy. Look, right here. Let me show you. Now, Donald Trump had an Attorney General, Bill Barr, right? And Bill Barr bent over backwards for Donald Trump, lied, manipulated shit, told y'all that they want nothing going on with the Russia investigation. But now Bill Barr is Donald Trump's enemy. Because he said right here, and this I just looked over here, and it's 5 hours ago. A very interesting situation taking place. While I was in office, Bill Barr, as the Attorney General, was very slow, unenthusiastic about going after Joe Biden and Hunter Biden regarding their possible criminal activities. Much was being reported in the media. It was hard to get him to move, but I always felt he believed you should just don't go after presidents, VPs, presidential candidates, very cavalier. I understood that and was sort of okay with it. Now Biden thugs want to indict me. So he's saying that Bill Barr was slow and didn't want to move on presidents and ex-presidents. And what he's saying right here is because Bill Barr didn't go after presidents and ex-presidents, that somehow or another he should be in the clear no matter what the fuck he's done. No, motherfucker, you broke the fucking law over and over and over again. And tonight the breaking news is, let me tell you what the breaking news is tonight. Jesus Christ, this motherfucker. Hold on, because y'all know I like to have it in front of me, so I won't lie. Okay, so right here, the Independent, the New York Times, the Washington Post said that the day before the FBI. Okay, here's why I'm laughing. It's because Sarge would always argue with me that Donald Trump had these documents in a secure location in the basement at Mar-a-Lago behind a locked door. Y'all heard that motherfucker say that shit over and over again. But that is not what happened. Let me see if I get any ads to pop up here, because I ain't paying for your damn newspaper. Okay, so here's the story, and I'm going to shut up after this right here, I guess. I don't know how much time I got. But here's the story right here. Trump workers moved Mar-a-Lago boxes a day before the FBI came for the documents. So what does that mean? That mean that whole espionage, that whole goddamn fucking with evidence, all that shit is true. Because they told them that the box was in this storage room. Nobody can go in and out. right? It was in a secure location. But no, before they came, they put the documents in the storage room. So who the fuck was handling those classified documents? Okay, so new details, including alleged dress rehearsals for moving the sensitive papers, show focus on Donald Trump instructions and intent. It says two of Donald Trump's employees moved the boxes of papers a day before an early June visit by the FBI and the prosecutor to the former president of the Florida home to retrieve the classified documents in response to the subpoena. Timing that investigators have come to as viewed suspicious and the indication of possible obstruction, according to people familiar with the matter, which means that the documents were somewhere else. And when the FBI said that they was coming to seize the documents, they put what they want to in that storage room. Donald Trump gave them orders to move whatever documents that he wanted the FBI to pick up into that storage room. That's obstruction. Right? Okay, Trump and his aides also allegedly carried out a dress rehearsal for moving the sensitive papers even before the office received the May 22nd, the May 2022 subpoena, according to people familiar with the matter who spoke on the conditions of anonymity to describe the sensitive ongoing of investigation. Prosecutors, in addition, have gathered evidence indicating that Trump, at the time, kept classified documents in his office in a place where it was visible and sometimes showed them to other people. This is what the fuck they were saying. And y'all want to say, well, how do you know this bullshit? Well, Jack Smith is investigating every one of Trump employees at Mar-a-Lago, and they're coming up with these testimonies, and he's sharing this with the people and letting them know what the hell happened. And they got a copy of the report right here. All right, so I ain't gonna read it. It goes into detail. I ain't gonna read all that because y'all don't want to hear me stumbling over these goddamn words. But here's the point that I'm trying to make. Everything that y'all learn from Fox News, everything that you learn from your cult leader, everything that Donald Trump says out of his fucking mouth is a fucking lie. I don't know if they got a headline on Fox News, then it's a fucking lie. If you hear Sarge call in here and say something about the right-wing politic position, it's a fucking lie. The only way we're going to, and this is why I keep quiet a lot of times, the only way we're going to actually know what is really going on is let that event play out. And now that these events are playing out, we know that Donald Trump is going to get indicted in Georgia. We know that Donald Trump has been indicted 30 times in New York, over 30 times. We know that Donald Trump has been held civilly liable for defamation and sexual abuse of E. Jean Carroll. And we know that this document case, whenever it's played out and all of this evidence is coming out, Donald Trump will be in trouble with the law. Now, what the penalty is and what they're going to find, I have no clue. But after the evidence is coming out right now, we can clearly see that this man and his fucking lawyers are guilty of doing something wrong. We know that now. We can't say that he declassified the goddamn documents with his brain when he moved the goddamn boxes a day before the FBI came to get the goddamn documents. We can't say that they was in a secure location at Mar-a-Lago when they only got put there the day before. We can't say we know who handled those classified documents because we don't know who he instructed to move the documents. But we do know that the personnel at Mar-a-Lago don't have the fucking secret clearance level to actually be handling these documents. So everything that Sarge is defending about these documents is a fucking lie. He's a fucking cult member, and he's following these people. Everything that stupid ass ABC listened to on Fox News. I bet you ABC don't listen to Fox News no more. He in the chat room. Do you listen to Fox News still, ABC? Answer the question, damn it. Hurry up, motherfucker. Nuts and stooges for this hideous regime. Whatever. Okay, Sarge, you're stupid. But we know he probably don't listen to Fox News no more because of Tucker Carlson. See, I knew that, and that's what he just said. But that just proves what I'm trying to say about your dumb ass is that you're a fucking cult member and you follow people based off of their popularity and you know however many followers they got. You looking for somebody to follow. Sarge is looking for somebody to follow for them to lead you and all this kind of shit. And one more thing that I'm going to touch on, and it's bothering me, but I've been holding my tongue on this topic. It's this abortion stuff, right? Listen, we told y'all whenever they overturned Roe versus Wade that wasn't going to be it. I remember having that conversation. And Sarge and ABC were like, well, no, women got a right to do whatever. It's just by state now. That was the conversation that we was having. But there is a agenda to control women in this country, to dictate the medical treatment for women. And that agenda is based on the fucking Bible. I'm sorry, but there is nowhere in the Constitution that says that you can dictate medical care. Right? So where is it coming from? Well, it's coming out of the Bible. There's agenda based on the Bible that they have to oppose LGBTQ, trans, and all of that, because there's nowhere in the Constitution that say that being a lesbian or homosexual is wrong. So where's that coming from? That's coming from the Bible. And what I was warning people about years ago is if you have a nation that becomes a theocracy, like America is becoming, then we're all going to be in trouble. And that's what's going on in this country right now. I want you to look at these anti-woke policies, and I want you to think about, where is that coming from? Why is it so easy to dismiss black people? That's coming from the Bible. Ham was cursed. The descendants of Ham was cursed. So I know if you're a regular Christian, then I'm not talking to you. But the extremist religious fanatics, these people are using that doctrine to try to govern. But one thing, hold on. Let me make sure that I got this right. But one thing that I guess the Bill of Rights say is that Congress, it said it's the first clause of the Bill of Rights. It says Congress shall make no law respecting the establishment of religion. And it doesn't say anything else in the Constitution about using the Bible to govern. It just doesn't. And whenever they say that this is a Christian nation, that's just a lie. Hold on. I'm trying to find the exact place in the Constitution where it says the but I'm not even gonna Google it. But anyway, it's in the Constitution, the separation of church and state in the Bill of Rights. But my point is, they're using the Bible to create these laws across this country against LGBTQ and against black people and suppress black people because that Bible promotes their extremist Christianity idea to suppress women and black people and queer people, right? So they don't give a shit about your right. I want you to look at who's in the running for president right now. Ron DeSantis is a man in Florida that clearly says that he don't give a fuck about black people. Clearly he says that. With his when he was running around locking up fucking voters that were black, that was ex-convicts, whenever he's making the libraries remove black literature out of his libraries, remove black literature out of the schools, banning books, removing black classes. He's a person running for the nation's leadership as the president of the United States that clearly don't give a fuck about black people. And he's doing it on a religious foundation, right? And the reason that he's at war with Disney is because whenever he came up with the Don't Say Gay bill, Disney said, my employees, I have a wide variety of employees, and I'm not going to put those restrictions on my employees. That's all Disney did. And you know, I'm not quoting them verbatim, but whenever he came up with that whole restrictive thing about don't say gay or whatever in the bathrooms and separation, Disney said, no, we're not gonna do that because we're Disney and I treat all my employees fairly. That's basically what they said. So now he's got this whole war where he's spending millions of dollars against Disney because of the anti-trans or anti-gay movement. And he's trying to be the president of the United States. So whenever it comes to religion and what's going on in politics right now, you can draw a straight line. Now, listen to me, because not trying to offend you Christians, but that's how dangerous your religion is you'll have somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's done fucked everybody in Congress, and now she's standing up on fucking family values, screwing her new boyfriend. You have Lauren Boebert, allegedly she used to be a fucking goddamn call girl. I don't know, but she's getting a divorce, standing on family values. You have Tucker Carlson, who got fired from Fox News for sexual harassment. He's supposed to be a family values person. You got fucking Bill O'Reilly, who got fired from Fox News for sexual harassment. They supposed to be family values. You got all of these people for sexual harassment at Fox News that's supposed to be family values, standing on this evangelical religious stance, but they're being hypocrites, right? You got Donald Trump, who was screwing a porn star, while his wife was pregnant. And you got fucking religious right supporting this guy. So the extreme religious right evangelicals is using their religious position to demonize the other side and call the other sides evil, demonic, baby eaters, say they eat baby parts or whatever, and they're using their Bible to say, look right here in the Bible, this is why it says that. And this is who these people are. Because they support a big umbrella of people. They're devils. This is what y'all believe in. Instead of thinking on your goddamn own, you have to be told who to hate, who to dislike, and who to support. And that's what y'all do blindly. So I'm going to shut up. And once again, guys, I know all y'all won't hear, but I said rest in peace to Sister Tina Marie. Not Tina, I didn't screw that up. Tina Turner. I said rest in peace to Sister Tina Turner. She passed away yesterday at, I think it was 83 years old. And like I said, the world has lost a legend with anime bullet. All right, so I'm gonna shut up and get y'all in here. Let me see who's on the line. If y'all want to call in, call the number at 717-908-1834, and I'll get you on the line. Miss Lisa, welcome to the show. How you doing today, sis?
I'm doing okay. How you doing, Tyrone?
I'm doing all right.
That's good. That's good. I heard you was talking about Ron DeSantis with his little idiotic mess going on with Disney. You heard that Disney is really retaliating because there's not too much he can really do against them, and they was going to build $1 billion campus in Florida. They had planned to do that, and they announced. I think it was last week that they announced that they're not building it.
Mm-hmm.
And you talking the amount of people that's going to be leaving and the jobs, that was going to bring about. And of course, Gavin Newsom in California was like, bring it to the here to Disneyland, and
But
that's
yeah,
what
he
they're
happy.
doing. Yes, that's what they're doing, and I don't blame them. And good for them. I was glad to see that they were doing that, and that's just for the people there in the state of Florida. This man is costing you jobs. And by the time Disney continued to finish winding his ass up and that state up, because they are the largest employer, them people are going to despise him here soon. But it really hasn't really even started to show because, like, they were showing all of the construction projects and stuff in Florida because how bad that they're carrying on what they're talking about illegal immigrants with the immigrants, period. I don't know if you've seen the news reports. They're going on strike. All these construction sites were practically empty all across the damn state. They went on strike, and then all of the pickers and stuff who work in the fields, I guess, for the vegetables and fruits and stuff, all gone on strike. I just hope that the people there in the state of Florida, I mean, they really need to take this serious because this man he's doing these stupid things like fighting with Disney. Who does that? Your your state largest, employer, your biggest employer, and doing with this woke stuff. If we're gonna do this, if we're gonna stop woke, and he's costing jobs and different things throughout the state because that's his own personal BS he has going on. And I just don't understand why not enough of them see it or understand it. I just don't understand. He's going to destroy that state if he continues on with this woke business. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It really is. It's sad. Oh, I meant to ask you. I saw, like, you were in my neck of the woods. You didn't even say anything. I saw you had a picture at the King Memorial. Wasn't it majestic? I told you.
Yeah. I had to go up there and see my daughter. She lives in Virginia, and I had a good time. She couldn't come with me to the
You did?
memorial, but while I was up that way, I said, "Well, let me." She was 30 minutes away from it, and I always wanted to go up there and see it,
Okay.
and I enjoyed it. It's nice. I mean, they got all these quotes on
It
the
is nice.
wall. Black marble water fountain, and it's sitting across the river. What is that? The Potomac River. He's facing out that way.
Yeah,
Yeah.
across from the was it the Jefferson Memorial? Yeah.
Yep. That is that.
I
It was
told you
really nice. It was really nice.
it's
And
majestic, and like you can't see it from the street, can you? You got to go up in there to be able to see it, which is odd considering how big it is.
yeah. And what surprised me was the visitors that was coming. They wasn't all black. The majority of them was white people. So
Mhm.
it was. I guess it's they was having school trips up there and all that kind of stuff. But
Yeah.
I mean
Yeah.
that kind of made
Yeah.
me think about how people recognize him, and more people than I thought recognized who Martin Luther King was. So they was paying their
Yeah.
respects and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a beautiful monument. It really is. 'Cause I was telling anybody when you come here, go over there and just go take a look at it because it's just very majestic when you see it. It's extremely striking. Had I known you was gonna be in the area, I'd have caught subway up there and met whoever you was with and be like, "Hey, Tyrone, it's me," you know.
Yeah.
But when you were, they had a white supremacist march up here. I don't know if they were going on when the day you were here. It might have been the day, but this, last weekend. I didn't even know they had, but it was like maybe 100 of them. They were down on the mall,
Hmm.
and they had a march, and the park police, which is ridiculous, but I get it because they had protesters against them out there, had to, follow the march to make sure no chaos, will break out. And those are the same people that was anti-mask, didn't want to wear masks during the COVID, and they had all of these masks, and scarves, and stuff all wrapped up around their face. It's just that you're supposed to be out there. That's what you believe in. You come out there. You go. You show your face. Yeah, I see the pictures on the television. It doesn't. It really doesn't do its justice.
No, it don't.
The pictures don't do its justice. You have to see it in person, and for you to really get a sense of it. And it's a beautiful monument. It really is. It
It
really
don't.
is because it looks smaller in the pictures. But when you go out there and you look up at it, it
Yeah, it's
really,
huge.
really is nice. It's huge. It's nice. The picture does not do it justice. It
No,
really
you
doesn't.
got to go. You got to experience it for yourself.
Mhm.
But yeah,
I agree.
those white
Got to experience
supremacists
it.
with all those masks on, they just cowards. They need to show their face.
Mhm.
They're doing the same thing that their ancestors did with the KKK hoods. That's why
But does
the
yeah.
KKK wore the hoods is because they didn't want to be recognized, and that's why these people
Mhm.
cover their face because they don't want to be recognized. If you're gonna be a racist,
They don't
show
want to
your
be
face.
recognized.
Yeah,
They got jobs. They don't want to lose because a lot of these companies and stuff, if everybody go taking pictures and putting those pictures and stuff up, and they go, oh, that's such and such, because people people have stuff against you, and they turn you lose your job, and they don't want that. So they're just as cowardly as they were back then. I mean, ski masks and stuff on had all their entire face covered and they just cowards. Pull the mask off and show yourself. If that's what you believe in, if I was out there for some type of Black Pride march or something like that, I'm not gonna cover up my face.
right.
So, but
Yeah, they
yeah,
cowards
I
because they
didn't
know
even
their
know that.
movement. They know their movement is racist. Their movement is racist, and they don't want
Yes,
to be identified with what they stand for, which is racism in America. If you proud of that stuff, you
exactly.
shouldn't be covering your face. Show who you are.
Yeah,
You know.
show who you are. Every last one of them had on look like wintertime ski masks, but only their eyeballs showing. That's absolutely pathetic. But I mean, that's the country. United States is trying its best to go backwards. And I do think the United States is this country is so deserving. I don't want it to go backwards, but this country is so deserving to go backwards, and whatever happens, happens, because this country has not dealt with its number one evil. Its number one evil,
Yep.
its first original sin. When this country, if you want to call it sin for the religious people, but first original sin has not dealt with that, and steady trying to sweep it under the rug. So they're trying their best to go backwards, and whatever happens, happens. And like a lot
Yeah,
of them talking, we need
I strongly
a
believe
civil war.
if the politicians in this country took a stance and said treat black people fairly, a lot of this stuff would go away as far as extremism and all
Yeah.
that kind of stuff because you wouldn't be allowed to do it. Since you're allowed to treat black people bad, you're allowed to treat gay people bad. You're allowed to treat
Uh
Asian
huh.
people bad. You're allowed to treat anybody bad if you're allowed to treat this one group of people bad. So if they
Yeah.
fix that, if they fix that original sin and said,
Yeah.
I think that a whole lot of things will straighten up, but they're not going to do it.
They're not going to do it. If they should have addressed it long especially you said like back during the time when all the Jim Crow laws went away. Um, it should have been addressed back then, and it should have been constantly addressed. But this country has coddled these people with their hate. It's coddled them with it. And that's why it continues to this day. And that's why it gets passed down to the next generation, to the next generation. Because a perfect example is the movie that's coming out this weekend, The Little Mermaid, with the cute girl, Halle
Was it
Bailey.
Halle Bailey? Yeah.
And how, yeah, Halle Bailey, with the people acting the complete fool. Grown men out here talking about hashtag that's not my era. You grown ass man. And just the idiocy in behind that and calling Disney woke and wishing death on the child and just you know it's just and that's another example. It's not going to go away because this country has coddled, and I'm just going to say grown. I was going to say grown ass white men. They have coddled them, but it's not the white men. They call them white people, the women too, and that's why they keep passing it down to their children. Then it gets passed down to the next generation, and it keeps going and going and going. And we're at a time right now where they're just trying to take us backwards. And like you said, a lot of it is a religious agenda, but it's not really religion because
Mm-hmm.
these people, if they were really religious and they really believed in their word and they really believed in the book, they wouldn't be acting. They wouldn't act the way that they act. So it's not really. It's
Well,
religion behind it, but it's crazy.
it's an extreme version of religion that they're using, just like they did in slavery. Whenever they wrote into the
Mhm.
book, slaves obey your earthly master. It's an extreme version of their Christianity, the evangelical, and they're basing the restriction on women's health and all of that kind of stuff and the anti-trans stuff. They're getting that stuff straight out of the Bible. That's their cause for these movements and stuff. But like you said,
So
it is
I
not
don't.
the real Christians, not the real Christian, but the normal Christians. They don't try to push that stuff.
Girl, I don't know what's going to become of this country, but I know it's scary. That it's scary if I say like if I don't know, we looking at Joe Biden, Jesus, but that I would prefer Trump to DeSantis. That's pretty scary. That the choices we got, really the only viable choices that we have is Trump, DeSantis, and Joe Biden. And I blame the Democratic Party, for allowing Biden to be a viable choice. I blame them because he should not be. They should have whatever they do behind closed doors. Okay, you go sit down and let some younger, other, fresher people come up, and let's see what it's going to be. So this is what we're looking at: DeSantis, Joe Biden, and Donald Trump. And I don't want Joe Biden, but I would prefer him out of the three. And if it can't be Joe Biden, then I would prefer Trump. That's pretty pathetic. That's pretty sad, pathetic. That's where we're at with it. And either one of them, Joe Biden, I'm sorry, DeSantis or Trump, it doesn't really matter between the two. DeSantis is smarter, and probably he's smarter and a little more ruthless, in my opinion, than Trump. And then because he's younger, if he were to win, he would probably get a two term. He'd be, 2 terms. So that would be 8 years for him to really plot out and basically take this country back to the not 50s, the 30s and the 40s, to take us full back. And Trump basically is just about his own greed. He'll do whatever it is that he feels he needs to do to pad his own pocket. That's what he's really all about. But I don't know. It's scary. It's scary. It's very scary.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So
Donald
I
Trump. I
don't
mean,
know.
I don't know how. Listen, that man has taken over the Republican Party. I don't know how they can
Mhm.
allow him to have that type of power to where he just controls the narrative all the time. That shows you that that party is weak. That party don't have any leadership. And if you look at what's going on
Nope.
with the debt ceiling crisis right now, it's a manufactured. They want the debt ceiling to expire so they can blame it on Joe Biden. It's all about politics with them, and they don't care about the American people because Donald Trump said on his
No, they
truth
don't.
Donald Trump said on his Truth Social to the House Republicans, do not make a deal with the Democrats on the debt ceiling, and that's exactly what they're doing. So I don't know why they letting this man still run their party. And that's what Kevin McCarthy is going to do. He's going to let the debt ceiling expire, and America's going to lose its standing in the world when it comes to the debt crisis and all this kind of stuff. And they're going to try to point the fingers at the Democrats when it's been explained. I mean, I didn't know how it worked, but it's been explained over and over by the Democrats, and I appreciate them coming on the news doing it, saying that the debt limit gets set in the Appropriations Committee, and once they set that limit, the only thing that they need to do in this time period is agree to raise the ceiling. So they've already appropriated the money for this agreement. But what Kevin McCarthy is doing is saying, okay, well, we're not going to vote on it because we want it to expire so y'all can look bad. So there's really nothing that they're asking for except for bullshit, cutting social programs and all that kind of bullshit. Who's this unknown caller?
Big J here.
What's up, Big J? What you doing, man? What you got going on?
Oh, no, I got a couple things I want to ask. Right. First of all, I got to address ABC because ABC. What makes you a conservative? Because I like to ask Black conservatives, what makes you a conservative? Why you call yourself conservative? Because I don't know if it doesn't matter. It's Brandon Tatum, Candace Owens, Anthony Brian Logan, ABC, who's crying in the chat room right there. I just want to know what makes them support conservatism. Because they never really give you a clear answer, but it's usually about the opposite sex. It's always about controlling women or controlling men in their own racial group. And that's what I think is this why Black people or Black conservatives are the way they are. Would you agree with that? And here is another thing. If you're going to blame somebody for the rise of Trump, you better blame CNN. Because CNN is CNN keep on talking about they hate Trump, but then they keep putting Trump on interviews and town halls and all of that. After he's been twice impeached and he lost a court case or two, y'all still going to put him up. And this is how hypocritical CNN is. So y'all they willing to put Donald Trump on the stage for a town hall, but they will not put Bobby Kennedy Jr. They won't have a town hall meeting with Bobby Kennedy Jr. or with Marilyn Williamson, with those two running against Biden. So why y'all gonna ban Kennedy and Williamson, but yet though you have Trump up there? That makes absolutely no sense to me on that. And CNN is part of the problem. They're really cheerleading for Trump because though this is about news, making money rather than their claims of saving democracy.
I agree with you, man. But CNN, I think they're trying to go for that Fox News audience. And
right.
They did it at a time when Tucker Carlson got fired. So I think that they was trying to appease them, but they fell on their face because their ratings didn't go up any. The only time it went up was that night Trump was on TV, and then the next day it fell lower than what it has ever been. So they're trying to move to the right and appease that crowd, that MAGA crowd, but I don't think that they will ever do it because Fox News had demonized CNN and the other news outlets so bad that them people ain't gonna never listen to CNN.
Right. Well. Like, if you in the conservative markets, their people, the MAGA people are kind of mad at Fox for what they did to Tucker Carlson. They're also mad at Bill O'Reilly for something similar to that. The MAGA people are the most dangerous people on the planet, and CNN is culpable in that. CNN is culpable in Trump's win in 2016. They're culpable in Trump winning the nomination. And it was culpable in Trump winning, in Trump being high in the polls during CNN hall meetings. CNN is the problem. CNN needs to go.
Well, yeah,
So
in 2016, it wasn't only CNN; it was all the news networks that was fawning over Trump. They was giving that man too much free airtime.
No, like the image, like every time you see that debate commercial, when they had these debates, it looked like it was like a movie about to come on, and they use that Rembrandt lighting around Trump's face. Mm-hmm. I'm like, come on, we know, you're supposed to be a news agency, not an entertainment one, and that's the problem. Everybody want to be entertained rather than being quote unquote governed. And this is what you have. So as for the Democrats, I'm voting for Bobby Kennedy Jr. and I'll leave it alone because like Biden and Harris got to go. Anyway, I'm done.
All right, brother, I appreciate that. Unknown caller, who's on the line? Hello.
I'd be happy to answer Big J's question on why people are conservatives.
Okay.
I want ABC. I want ABC to say it. I want ABC.
Hey, you can't expect me to speak for ABC. You got to speak for himself. I speak for me.
Right. But sorry, I wasn't asking for you. I was asking for ABC to explain why do people like him talk about so and so's a liberal and so is this. Yet though he never espoused a conservative position other than talk about how black women are dressing, what type of weaves they're wearing, what type of yoga pants, and it's always on some superficial stuff.
Well,
we never address on the real policy positions. Well, I always want to know about the Candace Owens and the Brandon Tatums of the world. They never put out actual policy positions.
Okay. Let's hear why Sarge is a conservative.
Well, look, I obviously I have no intention of trying to speak for ABC. He's perfectly capable of speaking for himself and doing a much better job of that than I can. Having listened to him for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours, I got a general idea as to why he is. But again, it wouldn't be proper for me to try to speak for him. I can tell you that when you get into the weeds about specific policies here and there, I myself may or may not agree with all of them. I prefer to speak when I'm speaking as to why I hold or espouse a particular viewpoint. I prefer to speak in terms of general principles and why those principles may or may not comport with a specific issue before me, because I think that is more important. Because I fit everything. I mean, every single policy issue or every single cultural, social issue that I see, I fit it into the framework of my belief system every single time without exception. Now, admittedly, I may make a compromise about some things because, sometimes you got to choose the lesser of two evils. That is horrible whenever I have to do it, but I acknowledge that sometimes it's necessary. But for the most part, I'd say 90% of the time, I can make a decision about something that fits within the framework of my principles. And my principles are derived, I believe, from my study of millennia of human history, which goes to all the sins, foibles, noble aspirations, glories, dismal failures of all of human history and everything I can learn about it. And those principles that best conform with liberty, with prosperity, with the advancement of freedom, the rule of law, and all these other things over millennia. That's why I become a conservative, and I think they are best crystallized by what that second paragraph in the Declaration of Independence and crystallized in the formation of the Constitution. That's my belief system, and I'm speaking only for me.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Do you think Ron DeSantis is a conservative and espouses those same values?
For the most part, yes, I do.
Okay, so well, you're gonna have to
Not
explain.
everything. Who does? I'm not looking for. The perfect is the enemy of the good. He's not conservative in everything. He's conservative in enough things to be acceptable to me.
Okay, so well, you're gonna have to explain to me why he's trying to silence Walt Disney's freedom of speech.
That's easy.
Oh, well, you
I
got
thought
to
you were going to
explain.
do something hard.
You got to explain to
That's
me.
easy.
You got
That's
to.
easy. That's easy.
I heard you say that was
Because
easy.
for over 60 years,
I heard you say it was.
Disney Corporation has enjoyed special governmental principles which enable it to set itself aside as a governing entity. They had special legislation and special laws to enable them to do so. They were self-governing. They interfered and did their very best to subvert the legitimate legislative process of the legislature of Florida when it passed certain laws they didn't like. And they actively campaigned against it using their special governmental status in part to help them do so.
Okay, so
now that is why he decided to go after Disney.
Okay,
that now in the fullness of time.
Okay, Sarge, listen, shut up. This is a conversation.
To be a wise decision, but we shall see.
Okay, so you're gonna have to be quiet now. Listen, y'all conservatives made companies, corporations, people, and people have that corporation have a freedom of speech, right? So whenever this policy came up, that corporation had the right to voice his opinion against that policy without being politically punished by the governor. So what, you don't stand for liberty and you don't stand for conservative values, because what you're doing is you're supporting somebody that don't support the fucking freedom of speech. So listen, I listen to you. You talking to Tyrone?
I'm responding to what you just said, man. I listen to what you say. I want to respond to.
Oh, go ahead, man.
All right, well, go ahead and finish it. I'm going to respond to it if you let me.
Well, go ahead. You done cut me off now. Go
All
ahead.
right, well, you just made a statement about a decision that had to do with campaign contributions, okay? It was narrowly tailored by the Supreme Court that dealt with campaign contributions. In this case, we're talking about a corporation that has this. Remember, all charters granted by any state are required to comply with the charter that the state sets down. Any city can have its charter revoked because it's not indissoluble like the state is. Because every single city, and that would include Disney, gets its charter powers from the legislature. And the legislature, for cause, can decide to revoke that charter anytime it gets a vote to do so. And Ron DeSantis was able to convince the Florida legislature that's what they ought to do with Disney, and that's what they did. And I heartily approve.
Okay, well, like I said, you're not a conservative then, because Disney is a...
No. Okay, I believe in the Constitution. Remember I said the Constitution? What does the Constitution allow states to do?
Okay, so listen.
I mean, it's not a license. The idea of the Constitution is not to grant license.
Is Disney
it's not to grant license so you can do anything that you want.
Is Disney
it's to give people power under the 9th and 10th Amendments to govern themselves in everything that the Constitution does not forbid them to govern themselves in.
Is Disney a private business or not?
See, here we go again. It's like you didn't listen to anything I just said.
Is it or isn't it?
Disney is a private business.
Then the government, shut the fuck up. You as a goddamn conservative ain't got no business putting no governmental influence over no fucking private business. Aren't you a free market motherfucker? Ain't that you? No, you're not, nigga. Stop it. Jesus Christ, y'all are hypocrites.
What is your point?
God damn. Okay, so listen, I'm done. You always get me yelling, Sarge. I don't want to yell, so I'm gonna calm down now. You know, I don't have a point. I just know that you guys are hypocrites. Whenever you just gave your meaning for being a conservative, y'all ain't displaying that in Florida. Period.
Okay.
All right. Okay. So let me get
Tyrone.
Yeah.
Tyrone, you know I have told you a million damn times. I'm a constitutional Declaration of Independence conservative. I've told you that a million times. I don't throw away the Constitution because I have a libertine idea of freedom. I mean, that's what you have. This libertine idea that whenever your particular viewpoint clashes with constitutional prerogatives, you think yours ought to prevail simply because everybody got the right to do what they want.
No,
and that ain't true.
I'm calling you a hypocrite because you support Donald Trump.
I know you would, and that's a silly word to you, so you don't know what it means.
I'm calling you a hypocrite because you support Donald Trump, right?
And like I said, you don't know what the word means.
Do you not support Donald Trump?
As a general rule, yes. Not in every single thing.
Okay, so
yes,
I want you to
generally,
pay
yes.
attention. I want you to pay attention, and this is the reason that I'm calling you a hypocrite. Is because on January the 6th, Donald Trump trampled all over the fucking Constitution.
Narrative.
Okay, it ain't no narrative, motherfucker. He tried to overthrow the government, and you are a proud card-carrying member of the goddamn Oath Keepers. You said that your motherfucking self, and they go into jail for 18 years for seditious conspiracy. They don't believe in the goddamn Constitution. You are a Oath Keeper. You said that shit. So you don't believe in the goddamn Constitution. You support Donald Trump. He tried to overthrow the goddamn Constitution. You supported you said that impeachment was not fucking valid, and they was legal processes in the United States of America constitutionally both times, and you don't support the goddamn impeachments. You don't support the Constitution because you don't support the laws that Donald Trump is getting held accountable for. Listen, you don't support the Constitution, goddamn it. So stop it. Because Donald Trump broke the goddamn law. He got found liable in a civil court for sexual harassment and defamation. You called that bullshit. There was a fucking free and fair election in 2020 by the Constitution. You called that bullshit. You said Carrie Lake won the fucking Arizona election. She lost constitutionally. You called that bullshit. You don't support the goddamn Constitution, you extremist right-wing fool. Good Lord.
Now you see there, Tyrone. Now see, I'm not going to lose my cool no matter what you're doing with your babbling ass, and you're just babbling like you do with your stupid narrative.
I told the truth.
First of all, let's get one thing straight. And I yell at you so you'll hear me. Now I'm going to try to speak to you calmly and rationally. Maybe this will get the little silly perforated eardrums. But I want you to listen very carefully to what I have to say. I told you very explicitly that when the I first became aware of the Oath Keepers, I did join them. I told you that. And then I told you when I learned more about them, I believe they were disingenuous, and I believe they were riddled with federal agencies. So I quit. Now, I told you that very explicitly. I said I didn't believe they were. I didn't believe they were sincere, and they were riddled with feds, and I didn't want to have anything more to do with them. And I told you that, but it doesn't matter what I tell you. You'll distort every single thing I say.
That's not
But let's
true.
get back to this issue of the impeachment. The impeachment is just that, a grand jury indictment, which went nowhere because he was acquitted in the trial in the Senate. And yes, they were illegitimate because of what they were based on. We now know, based upon what came out from the Durham report, that Donald Trump had every probable cause in the world to investigate Joe Biden for violations of the Federal Corrupt Practices Act. He did. So there was no basis for that impeachment because that was the foundation for the impeachment.
Okay,
but of course, if you don't study anything and you just regurgitate Democratic National Committee talking points, you wouldn't care anyway.
Okay,
You're a stooge. You gotta stop being a stooge.
Okay, so listen, stop talking. Maze, I'm gonna get you, but I want to say this right here. Sarge, I'm gonna put you on mute for 1 second. He just referred to the Durham report, right? The Durham report was put in place because Mueller did his investigation and found all of these motherfuckers guilty and sent them to goddamn jail, like Michael Flynn, Paul Manafort, Trump's fucking aide. That investigation showed that there was some wrongdoing and Russian interference in that election. That was found in the Mueller report. Now, when it came to the Durham report, Sarge was on here yelling about how many people gonna go to jail when Durham got finished with his goddamn report. Notice when Sarge referred to the Durham report, he didn't say a motherfucking soul went to jail because the Durham report didn't come up with shit. The Durham report didn't say nothing. Only thing the Durham report said that the FBI did something bad. That's the only thing the Durham report said. He didn't find no validation for no investigation into the Trump campaign. He didn't find none of that bullshit that Sarge is talking about. He's lying when it comes to the Durham report. That is just not true. The worst thing the Durham report said is the FBI should have handled shit differently. That's it. It didn't say that the Democrats or Hillary Clinton campaign was spying on Trump. None of that. You know why? Because that's against the law. And if that investigator would have found that somebody broke the damn law, guess where they would be? Right where Michael Flynn was, right where Paul Manafort was. They would be getting indicted and they'd be going to goddamn jail. Durham didn't find shit, and you need to stop telling that goddamn lie. Now let Maze talk. You dumb son of a bitch. You forget who the hell you talking to, Sarge.
Okay, I'm talking to you, and I know you don't know a damn thing because you didn't read the report. I did. And what we learned from the Durham report was that Mueller knew about the falsehoods in the Russian collusion tale. They knew that the applications for the FISA warrant were not corroborated. They knew that from the FBI internal memos that were repeatedly asking, where's the corroboration for the B tape? Where's the corroboration for being involved with Russian agents? Where's the corroboration for all this? The Mueller investigation team knew this going in.
Okay, so let me real quick. No, real quick.
There was no predicate for their own investigation.
Real quick,
the Durham report, if you read it between the lines, you will see that they say, what the hell were they doing for 2 years when they knew going in that the Russia story had no legs?
Okay, so let me ask you this. In the Durham report.
It's amazing what you don't seem to know.
Sorry, shut the fuck up. Real quick. Did anybody break the fucking law in the Durham report?
Yes.
Okay,
and the reason they're not going after it is because of statute of limitations, because the Department of Justice, both under William Barr and...
No. Who broke the fucking law, Sarge? That's what I want to know. Who broke the law?
Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, Andrew Wiseman.
Okay.
James Comey.
Peter Strzok was investigated and he got found. It was clear. Lisa Page was investigated and it didn't find shit. And there was a third one that he got found lying to the FBI, but he didn't have to do nothing but fucking spend probation or some bullshit. Who fucking broke the law, you son of a bitch that is going to jail?
I just told you what they did and what the Durham report shows they did. Obstruction of justice, perjury, lying to Congress, lying to federal agents, a whole host of crimes by which now the statute of limitations is up for.
I'm done.
Because
like
they dragged their feet.
You're a cult member. Let me get Mays in here. You're a cult member. That's all. You just cult minded.
He's a cult member. Well, one of his boys went to jail, got 18 years in prison, and so there was no try to overthrow the government. He said there's no proof. So we saw the proof today and saw it in the beginning and it's still at the end. But that's not why I called. Now I hear people always discussing what the Democratic Party need to do, and nobody never tell you what the Republican Party need to do. And then they belong to these parties, like you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, and you just fall into what people have you doing, hate this person, hate that person, and if you're independent, you take a look at who you want to vote for, because you see, Biden is running for president. I don't blame the Democratic Party because he's running because I guess the people want him to run. That's in that party, and that crazy lady, Oprah's, whatever her name is, Oprah's spiritual person. She running. I said, looked at that lady. I know she got a problem. And then Kennedy is running. You got plenty of people out there to go and vote for. So when I hear people saying that, and then I'm saying, like, now, these people tried to overthrow the government, but then they got to go work with the Democrats to try to keep the government open. Now, what's wrong with that picture, Tyrone? Do you need to do business with them?
Who you say Oprah, spiritual person? Who you talking about?
That lady,
Marilyn Williams. Marilyn Williams.
Oh, so she connected to Oprah?
She's running to So you got a choice. You ain't got to look at. You don't have to look at Biden. You don't have to look at Trump. You don't have to look at DeSantis. And his loony self gonna have the nerve to tell people woke people it's not gonna happen. Well, they walk around in nightmares because all this stuff that they're doing is just a bunch of hate. But I mean, it's just a bunch of hatred stuff that they don't want to see happen and trying to erase history. And I couldn't be in a party or even vote for nobody that think like that. And then it's just like I said, why would they want to negotiate with somebody that wanted to overthrow the government, which was the Republican Party, and they standing arm and cheek together? And then you got Rand Paul when they wanted to do a lynching bill. He the only one stopped it. So why would you even want to be a Republican? Just looking and listening to the things that they do. And not a dime worth of difference between the parties. But you still have the choice of who you want to vote for. So if it's just one person out there running, all we hear is Clinton. All we hear about is Trump and Biden. Those are not the only people running. You got a choice of somebody else. And DeSantis, I wouldn't vote for him. I wouldn't even vote. I'd vote for my own name on there. Because he got a problem too. Just listen to him. And then over there in ABC state, now this man, they got a bad problem. The Republicans having to fight with each other over there in their Congress. One was drunk, and the other one they trying to impeach The Republicans are trying to impeach this man, which was a crook in the beginning. So if they're going to do what they need to do, and we'll see some more people go to jail. Some of those people that make bills and pass laws will be going too. But they're so busy looking at the other side like, oh, Biden, 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 Biden. And how old he is and all this stuff. And then Trump. Take a look at somebody else. If you don't, them two you don't want, look at somebody else. But if you're a Republican, I want you to explain to me why. Because we got some undercover ones. And I just can't understand why they want to be in a party that want to take the history away. You don't supposed to have the right to do nothing. So I want somebody, some Republican to explain, come off another color and explain it to me. Then I understand. I'm finished. Y'all have a good one.
All right. Yeah, and I don't know if you guys missed it last night, but I think it was last night, but Ron DeSantis made his announcement for president, and it was a disaster. He tried to do it on Twitter, and I don't know what happened. I tried to listen in, but the audio kept going in and out. And all of this shows me that these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing. The reason that Ron DeSantis, in my opinion, tried to do that on Twitter is because he don't have no interpersonal skills to interact with people. Whenever, and for the history of this country, there always had these rallies, these events, these announcement events. I don't know if you remember Donald Trump's. I don't know if you remember Barack Obama's, Joe Biden's. They have these events where people come to and they can support you. DeSantis was probably scared of getting booed for one, in a live audience, and he don't know how to connect with people. So he tried to do it through Twitter with Elon Musk, and it just turned out to be a piece of shit. But let me tell y'all this right here. DeSantis has got a better chance of becoming president. I know it's gonna sound crazy, than Joe Biden and Donald Trump. And this is the reason why. Is because of his youth. That's the only reason why. Our presidents in the past don't look like Joe Biden. Our presidents in the past don't look like Donald Trump. They just don't. Now, Donald Trump got a solid 30% of Republicans that is going to support him. That's true. But whenever it comes to this general election, people are not okay with Biden's age. They just isn't. And people are not okay with Donald Trump's age. And even though Ron DeSantis is a fucking moron and a doofus, the American people probably going to look at his youth and say, okay, I would rather trust Ron DeSantis because of his age compared to these two old guys. That's why not Donald Trump, but that's why Joe Biden need to move his fucking ass out the way and let somebody get in there that can goddamn run. Because DeSantis is just going to beat him on his age alone. That's just sad, but
I agree completely. You go, Kamala.
Huh?
Yes, sir. Go, Kamala. Get Kamala up in there. Let her run. She the VP?
No, we
Put
need
her up there.
She's not popular.
No, we need
popular.
We need a Beto O'Rourke, or we need the Gavin Newsom up in there.
You guys sound like racist to me if you don't want Kamala. I don't know what's wrong with you, man. She the vice president.
I don't.
She's supposed to be the front runner.
And I'm saying Beto O'Rourke.
She's not going to be the front runner if Biden steps aside. She's not going to be automatically the front runner.
No, she's.
All them black women going to be mad.
No, you just talking shit.
They're going to be mad. They're going to stay home. You can't diss a sister like that now.
That's not true.
Yeah.
Black women is not going to be mad at that, so stop it.
I got news for you. You just might be wrong about that. Let's see what happens if they do it.
No, they're not going to do it. Black women, no.
Yeah, well, you better keep whistling past the graveyard because I think that's the way it's going to play out.
And you could tell Kamala Harris don't want to be president. And I'm not saying that she's not a good politician and all that kind of stuff, but she's not doing the type of things that need to be done to put herself on that stage.
Well, she ran for president, didn't she? She got a whole 1.5% of the primary vote.
That's why black women aren't going to be upset. Coming from somebody that supported anything Trump do, Don't tell black women what they're going to be upset.
I'm not telling them what to do. I'm telling you what they're likely to do. I don't care what they do.
Wrong.
I'm telling you, they're not likely to do that, and that's
Hello.
Yeah, well, you just wait and see. You know, I don't think this is not about rationality or reason.
Okay, so
when it comes to this, black women want to see themselves represented.
Okay, Sarge, that's a dead
Sarge. Kamala Harris, for a lot of them, a significant portion of them, is a representation of their aspirations.
Sarge, that's a dead subject. Kamala Harris is not running for president. Who's this unknown caller?
Oh, it's me again.
What's going on?
It's who? Oh. Hey, what's up, Jay? Let me let Maze say something, and then you can go right after Maze, Jay. Go ahead, Maze.
Oh yeah, Tyrone Larry Elder is running, and Tom Scott is running, and those are Sarge's favorite people.
Larry Elder running for president?
Larry Elder.
Larry Elder announced it a month ago or so.
See, let me say this right here before.
He wasn't gonna win.
Let me say this right here about before Jay or whatever. These Republicans, Larry Elder, Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, they're not going to go against Donald Trump, DeSantis either. And Donald Trump is just going to be left there punching those guys. So I don't think that they're running to actually win. I think they're running to solicit donations and all that kind of shit, campaign money. They're not running to win. They're not running to win.
It's going to be like the one that was in Georgia running, and he in trouble for campaign money. What's his name? I forgot all about him that Sarge was for. Football player, what was his name? Herschel Walker.
Yeah, the werewolf.
Yeah, they running just like him. I guess. So he ain't picked the right people to vote for anyway. He always got the wrong people. But Elder was his main person. He even bought his books. So that's what I would think he would be screaming about voting for.
No, I gotta say though. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, don't attack the elder. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, brother. Say what you got.
No, but the thing is though, the vice presidency is going to be very important. I mean, so you have to factor in Kamala into this. You know, I mean, you also got to factor in who's Trump going to pick, and it's most likely, according to what the rumor is that crazy ass woman from Georgia.
I hope so.
Who, Marjorie Taylor Greene?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Yes,
what happened to Carrie Lake? I thought Carrie Lake was going to be his VP.
No, because like she actually is putting herself out there. Marjorie Taylor Greene is putting herself out there.
Yeah, she might be going to jail if they really do this investigation right. She might be locked up with the rest of the people that try to overthrow the government.
Yeah.
I hope he does choose choose Marjorie Taylor Greene, because Trump, I think he turns 77 next month or something. So I hope he does choose her as his running mate. That would be perfect.
But before Biden came into the election, run for president, who was ahead?
Was it Bernie Sanders?
Was Kamala doing good at that time? Before he even came and stepped in.
You said Kamala Harris was winning?
Yeah, she was.
No, she wasn't.
Yes, she was. She was doing good because when they had the little mix up and she got rid of some lady and then Biden stepped in to take over, but she was doing good before he stepped in.
Kamala Harris got 1% of the vote in the Democratic primary. 1.5%. Now you have trouble with mathematics, but that ain't much.
No, Sarge, I'm not even talking to you.
No. Hold on. Kamala didn't. Hold on, Sarge. Kamala didn't even went to Iowa and New Hampshire. She quit right before it even happened.
I know. And when she did get the election, she didn't get 2% of the vote.
I'm not saying
she fizzled out early.
Biden stepped in.
She fizzled out early.
She was running, and before Biden stepped in, she was doing good, and he stepped in.
No.
Go back and look. No, Arga. Go back and look.
No,
she stepped out.
I'm sorry,
she stepped out way before Biden stepped in. She stepped out before Biden.
She fizzled out.
Yeah, she fizzled out quick when what's her name? Galbert got up in her ass. She fizzled out then, talking about what all these black men be locked up in California.
No, that's when they started with that.
Right, and that's how Kamala Harris.
Her campaign people, some messed up in that part, and then Biden stepped in.
Biden stepped in.
Whatever.
Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
No, Bernie Sanders was still doing okay. And what's the guy from New York, the rich dude, the billionaire?
The mayor of New York. What's his name?
Bloomberg.
He's been
Bloomberg.
He used to be mayor of Bloomberg. Yeah.
Yeah, him and Sanders was still doing pretty. They was about basically the strongholds. And when Biden stepped in, then they all stepped down. But Kamala had fizzled out way before the end. Because remember when she announced that? Yeah, Kamala. Because she made an announcement way before then that she was canceling her candidacy.
Kamala she got her campaign thing, and she changed and she came back. That's what happened.
No, that did not happen like that. That didn't happen like that. That didn't happen like that.
Lady was. I can't even think who the lady was. Well, if I'm wrong, somebody look it up and tell me I'm wrong.
Well, I can tell you that this country.
004 the vote in the New Hampshire primary. Now that is what the New Hampshire primary reported. 0.004 of the vote.
Okay, well, I can tell you that this country is not ready for no woman president.
She got 0.04 of the vote.
Think about the diversion. But
I know you guys got trouble with mathematics, but that's what she got.
No, let's deal with this. Now we're talking about Kamala when we're supposed to be talking about two idiots right now that got to fight back to back to get to Biden. So let's there's been a lot of diversion and argument. Oh, well, he can't do this, he can't do that. First of all, you got to get to Biden. Before you get to Biden, you got to iron that out. Who's going to be the Republican nominee? Everybody's claiming that they're the best. All right, and now they're treading lightly because they don't want to go in. Sarge, you got to answer for all these other candidates that are running against Donald Trump, and then DeSantis is the number one component or competitor. Talk about that before we talking about Biden.
And he said he was going to pardon those that went to jail that tried to overthrow him.
Hey, I'm not the Republican National Committee chairman. I ain't got to count for none of it.
We knew it.
You don't want responsibility, but
I will give my opinion about it, though, but I definitely don't have to count for it.
Well, Flood, I have a question for you. What do you think about him saying he's going to pardon the people that went to jail for January 6th? He said he was going to pardon them. He became president.
The federal jails are full of political prisoners. That's what I think. Political prisoners.
I heard that on news.
Political prison. People who literally wandered around the Capitol after being invited into the Capitol by Capitol police officers. It was entrapment.
Hold on. Sarge, shut up. Sarge, you got a long-winded answer. Listen, that question is direct. Donald Trump said that he's going to pardon the January 6ers. That's what Mace is asking you. I'm not asking you about people who was peacefully walking around. The people who got charged and convicted and going to jail, he's going to pardon them. What do you think about that?
Okay, I gave you an answer. You rarely give me enough time to pitch when I was on there for 23 seconds. Then you tell me not to give a long-winded answer.
Go ahead.
Like a lot of the people babble on endlessly. So let me give you an answer now. All right, listen. There are people in jail who committed riotous acts and batteries on police officers. I don't want to see them pardoned. Give me the individual case, and I will tell you. But as far as the people who are allowed into the Capitol by the Capitol Police, those people should be pardoned or their sentences commuted. Most of them were let into the Capitol by Capitol Police officers that is clear as a bell now. It is literally entrapment by estoppel. Go look it up. And you'll understand what it is.
Okay, so wait. I want to be clear with this right here. Donald Trump is not saying the same thing that you're saying. Donald Trump is saying the January 6ers, the one that got charged with seditious conspiracy, he will pardon those guys. How do you feel about that?
That's the way you're presenting it. I read his detailed assertion on the issue. He gave more detail than what the headlines are reporting. I saw it. His answer was like what mine is.
CNN, he said.
So I want to be clear. What if he does pardon the people that got seditious conspiracy? Would you agree with that?
Give me the individual case, and I will tell you. I don't do things on a blanket basis when it comes to individual justice.
Listen. I want to be clear. The Oath Keeper.
I mean, I hope you can understand. I know you're a Marxist, but that's not the way we do law in the United States.
Okay, so listen. Stuart Rose of the Oath Keepers just got sentenced to 18 years today for his part in January the 6th. What if Donald Trump pardoned Stuart Rose?
Give me the basis for the pardon, and I can answer it. I haven't studied enough to know.
You don't have. Sorry, stop it. Listen. Hold on, mate. You know what a pardon is? You don't need no basis for. He got charged with seditious conspiracy. Donald Trump will pardon that damn charge, and he will be set free. That's it. Do you agree with that or not? There is no basis. Seditious conspiracy, nigga, trying to overturn the goddamn government. Do you agree with that or not?
Overall, there's not a goddamn thing legitimate about this January 6th prosecution. That's why I have to look at each and every individual case.
I just gave you one. Would you?
No, you didn't. You didn't give me any details about what he was convicted for or what his defense was.
He was trying to overthrow the goddamn government. What the fuck?
I don't have enough information to answer your question.
You dumb bitch.
No, I don't. I'm not like you, nigga. You just like to get people you don't like. For any reason.
Tyrone, can I ask him the last question so I can leave?
And that's the difference between you and me. And will always be.
If you would listen to DeSantis, he said the same thing Trump said. He would pardon him too. So, what do you think about that, Sarge?
See my above answer to that idiot Lyrone.
No, I asked you a question. I'm not talking to Tyrone.
If you weren't listening because maybe I wasn't yelling loud enough, I just said, give me the individual cases, the circumstances, the prosecution, and the defense, and once I have enough information about it, I can tell you. Not until then.
So you believe in the Constitution that much that you want to sit here and tell that lie?
It's unbelievable. Okay, blockhead, whatever you want to believe. I gave you an answer. You can accept it or reject it.
Your answer. That was sorry.
Anyway, yeah, I mean, the fact that you won't answer the question and you're deflecting shows that you don't support the
Constitution. And when I get enough information, you damn sure will get an answer from me. I'm going to study that Oath Keeper's case, and I'm going to give you an answer once I have more information.
The shit is cut and clear.
When I get the information, I'll give you an answer. Right now, I don't have it. I'm not like you.
You're tap dancing your way around everything right now.
Whatever you think is fine with me, because you, sir, I have no integrity whatsoever.
What is it going to happen when Trump and DeSantis got to go head on? Is my question to you.
May the best man win.
Who you going to support?
The best man with the best policy.
So at this point, who do you support? Which one do you prefer, DeSantis or Trump?
At this point, I support Trump. But I got an open mind. I'm prepared to accept either man, depending on the performance in the debate and in the primary.
You do know the person that you support got found liable for sex?
I just gave you an answer. That was a definitive answer.
Okay, but
at this point, I support Trump.
Okay, but you do know the
person. But I'm prepared to support DeSantis if he gives a good enough performance.
You do know that the person that you support got found liable for sexual assault, right?
I really don't care. Everything about they're going at me is utterly illegitimate while they ignore this bastard in the White House. I'm not at all ever going to be upset with Trump.
There you have it.
Like I said, you're in a cult. That is a cult mentality.
Anything goes.
No, sir, you're in a cult. You completely ignore the crimes of this illegitimate president in the White House.
You said
I'm not completely ignoring his crimes. You only talk about his age. You don't talk about all the evidence of his crimes.
You literally said that you're not ever.
You literally don't talk about it at all.
You said that I'm not ever going to disagree with Trump. That's what you just said, cult member.
You're a lying son of a bitch.
Ever.
I didn't say any such goddamn thing. You get that on the tape. $1,000, I didn't say that, unless you doctor it.
What did you say then?
I said, right now, I support Trump for president, for the Republican nomination for the Republican Party. I said that if Ron DeSantis gives a performance that is better with regard to policy and the likelihood of his election, then I will support Ron DeSantis.
No, that ain't
right
what you
now,
said.
I see Donald Trump as the major candidate for the Republican nomination.
That ain't what you said. You said I'm not ever going to go against
Trump. goddamn.
You did say
What's wrong? Are you deep? What are you old? You can't hear?
You
Do I
did
not
say-
yell loud enough?
I ought to rewind the tape. You said I'm not ever going to go against Trump.
Well, I think Sarge is
I'ma find
back
it for
to
you.
Trump because remember he was saying that
I know anybody
DeSantis.
speaks more clearly than me.
Well, no. Well,
You still can't understand me.
Sarge, I remember Sarge saying that because DeSantis, he was gearing towards DeSantis, but I think because of that glitch on Twitter, man, I think Sarge got nervous and jumped right back on the Trump train. So I don't know.
It's like you talking about I'm a member of the Oath Keepers. God damn it, I told you I wasn't. I was, and I quit. The reason I told. But you just hold on to stories because you're a narrative maker. You speak in narratives.
Sarge, you definitely don't want to be associated with them right now, especially. So just leave that alone.
And that was months ago I told you that, if not years.
Yeah, you knew it was coming up the pipeline, Sarge. You knew.
Yes, I told you they were riddled with federal agents. That's one of the main reasons. They were riddled with feds.
No.
They were riddled with informers.
So what if they had informers, right? That means they was informing them about something. So why? They wasn't framed. Those guys wasn't framed. What happened, Sarge?
No, I'm going to really study this case, and I'm going to determine that for myself.
You better.
I know. I'm going to determine that for myself. I'm not going to listen to you. I'm not going to listen to anybody who tells you, even if he's innocent. They say, "Oh, he's innocent, Sarge." Take my word for it. He said, "No, I'm going to look at it for myself and make my own independent judgment."
Sarge, unless they did some mind control shit to them, they went on their own and they wanted to overthrow the government, according to Donald Trump too. His word, their words. They said he sent them. Sarge.
Yes, Donald Trump is going to send 10,000 National Guardsmen there with orders to prevent an insurrection because he wanted to overthrow the government. That makes all the sense in the world.
You're not going to pull.
And he was declined by Nancy Pelosi, by the Southern arms of the Capitol. The Capitol Police wanted to have the National Guardsmen there. They turned it all down, and yet still somehow Donald Trump wanted to overthrow the Capitol.
Okay, hold on for a second.
I never seen nothing like you folks.
Hold on for a second. Listen, Sarge called me a lie, and I love to prove him wrong whenever he called me a lie. So I want y'all to listen to this. Just wait. You said you didn't say you weren't ever, so I want you to pay attention. Listen.
It's hard to support DeSantis if he gives a good enough performance.
You do know that the person that you support got found liable for sexual assault, right?
I really don't care. Everything about their going after is utterly illegitimate while they ignore this bastard in the White House. I'm not at all ever going to be upset with Trump.
Did you hear that, motherfucker? Don't call me no lie.
Wait a minute. What are you saying that I said? Give me the exact words you're saying that I said.
You're not ever going to go against Trump, and I called you a cult member because I was
No. I was a conditional statement. You don't know what a conditional statement is, do you?
Oh, God.
I said I'm not going against Trump while you ignore that bastard in the White House. That is known as a conditional statement, you silly, simple Simon motherfucker.
Just don't call me a lie.
Why don't you understand what a conditional statement is?
Just don't
when
call
you
me.
stop ignoring Joe Biden, that means I'll go against Trump.
Just don't call me a lie again because
Do you not
I
understand what the word conditional means or what a conditional statement is?
Oh, God. You said you're not
Ever.
You know what ever means?
You need to learn how to read and speak English.
You know what ever means? Ever means Trump can't do nothing wrong in your
I
life.
will not ever go against Trump as long as you ignore
and
this.
that's a cult mentality. That is a
conditional statement.
Oh, golly. Okay, whatever. Go
I
ahead,
swear
Jay.
you're so stupid. No wonder you can't learn anything. You don't even speak English.
Okay, whatever. Go ahead, Jay. I'm sorry. I just had to prove Sarge wrong.
No, I mean, Sarge is. I get it. Sarge got a lot of pressure going from all angles, so he's just bursting like a bubble. Yeah.
No, I can respond to every single argument you make with great specifics. Every time you make one of these nonsense, specious arguments, I respond to it exactly. And then you get upset with me because I tell you, well, why don't you want to condemn the Oath Keepers guy? He got convicted, didn't he? Yes, after all, whenever any court convicts anybody, it's always legitimate. But of course you wouldn't say that about some black man in a ghetto getting convicted because they're always illegitimate when they get convicted. So, you know what, look, I don't believe in this conditional nothing. Let me see the facts, let me see the case, then I'll make up my own mind. Whether it's someone in the ghetto or whether it's the Oath Keepers guy.
So you telling me you have no knowledge of the Oath Keepers case?
No, I really am. I got so much I got to keep track of now. I haven't had time to study it in great depth. I'm only superficially acquainted with it.
And I'm calling you a liar.
Now, there are some cases with January 6th that I'm very well acquainted with, but you haven't asked about any of them.
Well, I mean,
with this case, no, I'm not that acquainted with it.
Stuart Rose, I mean, he's a member of your Oath Keeper, so I'm pretty sure you was keeping up with him.
I told you, I have not granted the Oath Keepers any legitimacy for years now, so I'm not really that concerned about their fate.
Why the fuck would you join the Oath Keepers anyway?
I don't know why you keep them. No matter what I tell you, it's like you don't listen or something. You got to get you got wax in your ears, you got a hard head. Maybe it's plain old. I don't understand this.
Why would a black man support?
Very clearly, why you have such trouble understanding what I say?
Why would a black man support the Oath Keepers at any time? I'm not understanding that.
Because of their mission statement and the way they stated it, and it appealed to me. That's why. See, I answered your question right away.
But
I didn't hesitate.
But they are
You got an answer. You don't have to like it, but you got an answer. Because of their mission statement and the way they stated it. It appealed to me. It resonated with me.
But how can that resonate with you when they are anti your skin color? That's stupid.
Oh, that's what you say.
They're racist, Sarge.
That's for the Constitution. You say the Constitution is racist.
Sarge, the Oath Keeper is a known racist. Are you telling me?
In their public statements, they were committed to upholding the Constitution. So as far as you're concerned, that's automatically racist.
Are you telling me the Oath Keepers are not racist?
No, I don't know. Tell me why they are. No, I don't know if them being racist or not. You tell me why they are.
They're a fucking racist group. What the fuck is wrong
with you? Tell me why.
Because they're racist.
Oh, fuck this. You don't know. You're just saying shit, see if it sticks.
Oh, Jesus. Google it.
Google your ass, nigga. I ain't interested. Tell me what you know. You're the one claiming to know.
I'm Googling the Southern Poverty Law Center right now, so you know why they racist, nigga.
Oh, well, I'm not going to believe a goddamn thing they say. You better find another source. You better find another source. I'm not going to believe it. Because of them, I ain't believing it.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, I mean, that was going to be my source, so if you ain't going to believe it, then whatever.
No, I'm not going to believe it. You better find another source. I don't believe anything they say. They are liars, and they are selective in their outrage and who they go after. They're not principled whatsoever.
If there was a black extremist group on the Southern Poverty Law Center, you'd be quoting them.
They are not at all going after them. They don't say a goddamn thing of BLM or Antifa. Not a thing.
Because they're not extremists.
That shows you they're illegitimate.
Because they're not extremists.
Hell, BLM's about to go bankrupt for all the fraud they committed on people.
They're not extremists, though.
Oh, man, you're out of your fucking mind.
And listen, let me serious business, though. Why y'all have to put BLM and Antifa
together? Woman said she was a Marxist. We're all trained Marxists. Marxism riddles their platform. That, by definition, is extreme.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying. Why do you put BLM and Antifa together? They don't go together, nigga.
They're allies. They in the coalition together as allies. Don't you know that?
You just made that up. They are not allies. So stop telling that lie.
Oh, bullshit.
That's not true.
I'll get you their mission statement. I even think they put it in there. I got their mission statement. I'll go find it and read it to your ass.
Okay,
but what they put on their website.
BLM ain't got
what
shit.
What they put on their website.
BLM ain't got shit to do with Antifa.
I didn't say they were the same organization any more than we were allied with the Soviet Union in World War II, weren't we? Were we communists at that time? No. Okay. They were our most important ally, in fact, because they tied down 80% of the German army.
Well, you just made that shit up about Antifa.
I didn't make up that fucking info, you stupid son of a bitch.
What the fuck is wrong with you, man?
Now you say I made up in history. No, I didn't. 80% of the German army was fighting in Russia. What the fuck do you think our casualty list would have looked like if we had to fight them on the Western Front?
I'm gonna need somebody to calm Sarge down.
I swear, man. I just say something. You don't have an answer for it. So then you just say I'm deflecting. I'm making something up. You don't have an answer for it. Just because you're allied with somebody doesn't mean you're the same. You're still allies, though.
They're not, Sarge.
We were sending them Lend-Lease material. We were sending them advisors. We were running at great cost to our merchant ships. Merchant shipping on convoys, the most hazardous in the world, never been sunk right and left by U-boats.
Okay, well,
they were allies.
BLM
is allied with Antifa in the same manner.
They're not, Sarge.
Oh, you making history up, Sarge?
You can just Google that too.
Y'all were arguing so much, I was online shopping on Amazon. I'm back.
What we buying?
Yeah, we can have us a little nice little echo chamber. Everybody agree with everybody else. That's the best way to be, because harmony is so wonderful.
Sarge, you just indoctrinated cult member. Go ahead,
Sarge, listen, you are on the losing end of this fucking shit. Let's get this right. You have two losers going against each other, and you try to divert to Joe Biden or Joe Biden's son. Sarge, you know what's going on with the case with Joe Biden's son, right?
It's a dud.
I know that the Department of Justice is dragging their feet in the simplest of cases I can imagine. It's the lie and lie thing with regard to Hunter Biden getting the gun. That's one of the easiest cases to convict somebody on.
Okay.
He made out a statement that he had never been treated for drug addiction or drug treatment.
No.
That is a lie he put on the form 4473.
Okay.
It's really simple.
But wait a minute. Wait.
I mean, what is the big deal? What's the problem?
No, because
they get one indictment on him with that, then they can add others.
The original story was this grand computer and all this shit that he was doing.
You're ignoring what I just said.
Ukrainian.
You're referring to something I didn't refer to. I referred to the fact that one of the things on the computer is about the gun. It provides much of the evidence by which they can convict him for lying on a federal form 4470D for the gun. It ought to be easy to get an indictment for that. Easy, easy as pie.
Well, I'm not.
And you can go after the rest of the stuff after you got the indictment for the gun.
Well, no, that's what I'm talking about. So let's not play that game. I want to see some more. You put out all this shit, and now you're telling me that, he did it, he had a gun. Listen, if he got to go deal with that, he deals with that.
Well,
you were saying out here screaming about all this shit that he took money and he's using his father's involved. Where is that evidence?
It's all chock block all over the laptop. It's in the Form 2023 that the FBI whistleblower says shows that Joe Biden was involved in a conspiracy to sell influence from his office that the FBI is trying to withhold from the Congressional Oversight Committee by saying it will compromise sources and methods. That's where it is, Jay. It's all there. The Department of Justice through the FBI is dragging it out so it doesn't see the light of day.
Right. Okay. All right.
I answered your question right away.
I want the Burisma
I didn't stall and I didn't deflect.
I want the Burisma evidence, Sarge. Burisma, all this.
Here we go again. I give you one set of evidence and you go something else because you know I told the truth.
Sarge. You put out the Burisma.
This is amazing to me, man. I mean, you're the one that's not well informed.
We want that evidence that you put out there. You said you had all this evidence.
I want the 2023 that Congress is subpoenaing from the FBI. I want them to see it. Why is the FBI hiding it? Why don't you ask the question? What have they got to hide? Why can't they show the chairman in a skiff if they're worried about sources and methods so the chairman can see it
we heard you.
so they can make their evaluation?
Shut up. Listen. Now they're talking about they need a document from the FBI. Listen, they had the laptop for 5 years. You got somebody's whole laptop and you can't come up with no evidence off of that device to prove what your claims is. You claim that there was a pay to play between Biden and his goddamn son and it was on the goddamn laptop. You're lying. That's another conspiracy theory that your cult-minded ass is following. And James Comer himself came on Fox News and said the whistleblowers disappeared. I mean, you don't have no whistleblowers. There is nobody. It's bullshit. Now because they know now because they know the FBI just don't freely hand over documents, they're using. And sorry, you know better.
It's Congress, man. It ain't the guy down the block.
Explain this to the people.
Congress has oversight over the FBI.
Listen, shut up. Let me explain this to the people. It's the FBI, right? So what they're doing, this is how the Republicans work. They know the FBI is just not going to give over their material. They never have. If you ask the FBI who work for them, they're not going to answer you. They're not going to tell you about shit that they're doing. So now they're using that as an excuse on why the investigation is getting held up. Is because the FBI won't turn them over something that the FBI don't normally turn over to goddamn people. So that's just bullshit. And you believe in that? You know the FBI don't give no goddamn paperwork up to no goddamn Congress. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Congress of the United States, you crazy man!
Fuck.
They got a subpoena for it! Look, I ain't seen the FBI nowhere in the Constitution. I see the oversight provisions of the United States Congress over the executive branch clearly stated in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The FBI ain't in there nowhere.
It's up to the FBI's discretion. Listen,
so I hope to God we never get the kind of country you seem to want to live in, because the one that we live in now does not allow the FBI to keep back a lawful subpoena from Congress.
It's up to the FBI's discretion to give over whatever material because they're investigating.
I swear to God, man, you have no understanding of separation of powers whatsoever. None.
Okay, because of their investigative nature, they're not just going to give up goddamn material that could compromise any case. So that's stupid. That's dumb.
Again, they have ways of doing this. That's why they have SCIFs, Secure Compartmentalized Information Facilities. They can take the chairman, who is Comer, and his staff, and they can take him into the SCIF and let him see the document so they can make the determination. That's what they're doing. That's the way they usually do it whenever these things are matter.
Okay, hold
on.
on.
I don't believe there is any such. I think FBI is dragging its feet. I think they're lying.
Okay, so listen, don't cut me off. That is not what Comer is asking for. Comer is asking for the FBI to turn over his documents for the committee. That's what he's asking for. He's not asking to go in no SCIF.
I know what he's asking. I just told you if they can reach a compromise. Don't you understand what they often do in these matters, where you have a branch of the government that doesn't want to give up information and the Congress wants it? The way they often compromise these things is they take select members of the committee and they go into a SCIF and they show them the information.
You're just making that up. You're making that up.
Oh, fuck you, you stupid son of a bitch. Fuck you. Go to hell.
You are making that up. Comer has came on Fox News plenty of time and told us what he fucking wanting. And it's not what you're saying. What the fuck? You just made that up.
No, I didn't say he said it. I said that is a way these issues are frequently resolved.
Well, he's not trying to resolve it that way,
so,
nigga.
wait a minute. You don't know what they're doing. I don't either, but I'm saying the FBI has got a subpoena, a lawful subpoena from Congress. There's no mention of the FBI in the Constitution. The oversight provisions of the Congress of the United States over the executive branch is clearly and explicitly laid out in Article 1, Section 8.
Let me
the FBI has no right whatsoever to obstruct it indefinitely.
Let me ask you this right here.
I don't give a damn what you believe or what the DNC says. I read the Constitution for what it says and the rulings of the Supreme Court with regard to these matters.
Let me ask you this right here, and please don't cut me off. You were a former police officer and you investigated things, right? And if you had an ongoing investigation, you did not let anybody interfere with whatever you had going on. And we see it on the news all the time. Whenever they're doing investigations, we cannot answer that because of an ongoing investigation. Let's just say the FBI did have something on Hunter Biden and they was investigating Hunter Biden. They would ruin their goddamn investigation if they was to turn over any fucking evidence to the goddamn that committee. So, sorry, if they are investigating Hunter Biden, then they can't give it up if it's an ongoing investigation. But I'm telling you, normally the FBI don't give over shit because people ask for it. And you know that, you jackass.
Dumbass, this man came forward under legislative authority provided by the Whistleblower Act. Under that provision, he provided that Senate committee with information that deals with possible corruption involved in the executive branch of the government of the United States. Accordingly, that is a higher prerogative than whatever investigative concern the FBI has. I'm telling you right now, if it goes to the Supreme Court, that's what they're going to rule.
That's not true. Investigations
now, you can talk about all day long about the FBI and its prerogatives. I'm telling you right now, it's going to take a back seat to that.
Investigations take priority over this bullshit that they doing in the House, sorry. That's bullshit.
And in the meantime, I hope God they cut the FBI's appropriations if they don't do it right. They can do that almost right away.
Oh, you want to defund the police,
comes out of the
huh?
House of Representatives.
Now you want to defund the police, huh?
Yeah, I want to defund this shit. You goddamn right. This fucking United States Stasi Gestapo. I want to cut them motherfuckers down to size. You're damn right. Our federal law enforcement agency is not supposed to be a version of the Gestapo.
Sarge is reversing course, huh? F law
I just gave you the reasons why. It's a rogue agency
when it works for you,
that is exceeding its authority.
When it works for you,
if my police department exceeded its authority in this manner, I would say it should be defunded too.
Only when it works for you, right?
Anytime a police agency defunded exceeds its authority in the manner the FBI did, literally interfering in elections, damn it, they ought to be brought to heel.
Sarge. Stop.
I don't know what country you want to live in, but I damn sure don't want to live in your country.
You want to live in Russia. Go move your ass to Russia, Sarge.
Well, you better go talk to these FSB, NKVD acting motherfuckers in the FBI, because it seems like they got inspired by the Soviet Union.
You really hate the police, huh?
Take your ass over there. The walls are caving in, and they're seeing it.
I didn't know an ex-cop. I didn't know an ex-cop could be anti-police.
Me either. I guess they are.
Let me see.
18
and by the way,
years,
that laptop, by the way, is in the possession of the FBI. The only reason we know why a lot of it is there because Giuliani kept copies and he distributed it and let other people see them.
Oh, I'm glad you brought up.
But the original is in their possession. They have it.
That's stolen property.
I'm glad you brought up Giuliani.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That man acquired title a laptop legally under the laws of the state of Delaware. He acquired that laptop legally and absolutely properly when the stupid crackhead didn't come back to pay for it.
Did you hear about Giuliani and Trump selling pardons for $2 million, Sarge?
Yeah, prove it.
I mean,
because I heard about it too. Another bullshit story.
Did you hear about Giuliani?
The collusion. Like peeing on the bed. All that bullshit. Prove it.
Did you hear about Giuliani getting accused of sexual assault also?
What's it got to do with him getting a laptop? If you get this sexual assault, then prove that
you support fucking creeps. That's what.
Did you hear about Joe Biden get accused of sexually assaulting Tara Reid? Have you got anything to say about it?
Does he have any charges on him?
No, nothing. Well, you tell me to prove it, wouldn't you?
Did he go to court?
No, she couldn't get in.
Who did go to court for sexual assault?
Right now, she's trying to get into court, and it's being forestalled by everybody.
Who did go to court?
Like Jean Carroll's a 27-year-old complaint.
Who did go to court and get charged with sexual assault?
27 years ago, in a quiet, high-posh fashion store in Manhattan. And this woman got raped and she didn't say a word.
My point is Joe Biden don't have a sexual assault on his record, but
you better be
Trump
careful
does.
before you get sued.
That's not true that she didn't say a word. That's not true. She told people back then.
During the rape, it's quiet as a library in that place. She didn't make a complaint at the time.
Yes, she did,
too. She didn't ask anybody to call the police.
Sarge, listen, she did. As a matter of fact, two of her
witnesses... She didn't ask anybody. She didn't go make a police report at the time.
Let me explain this. Listen, she did make a complaint at the time because two of the witnesses in this case was on the phone the next day, and she complained to those two witnesses. So she did say something at the time.
Wait a minute. So she made a complaint to the police department alleging Donald Trump raped her.
I didn't say you said she didn't say anything at the time, and I'm telling you. Okay, shut up.
I said she didn't make out a police complaint.
You said that she didn't make a complaint.
She said she was raped. Most women I know who say they were raped fill out a police complaint about being raped.
I got to mute you so I can say what I was saying. What Sarge just said is not true because at the time, E.G. Carroll told two people of what happened at that damn store, and those were the two witnesses that testified in the E.G. Carroll case. Sarge is saying because they didn't. Sarge saying because she didn't go to the police, it didn't count. But she told somebody at that time. But go ahead, Elisa.
Okay. And Sarge, before you
Okay,
open
that's not
your
what I said,
phone,
Hold on,
Tyrone.
let
I
Lisa.
literally said
wait
the
a minute.
truth.
Let
I
Lisa.
said she did not fill out a complete
Sarge, hold on.
complaint. That's what I said. I said she did not fill out a complete complaint. That's what I said, and that's literally true.
Okay, go ahead, Lisa.
And what did you say after that about most women who? What did you say about? What did you say?
Yes, most women, meaning more than 50%, when they get raped, they fill out a rape complaint.
That's not true.
And I stand by it.
That's not true.
Now, what percentage do you think don't?
The majority.
Give me a number. I just gave you a number. I said more than 50% of women who get raped fill out a rape complaint. Now, what do you think it is?
The majority of women who get raped do not fill out a police
Well, then
report.
I don't agree with you because statistics don't bear that out.
Okay.
I don't agree.
Okay. See, if Trump had never been charged, I'm sorry, if this had never come up with Trump, you being a police officer that's had to deal with rape victims, would you be talking this strong and making that statement that you're making right now? No.
How do you know what I do? Now you're going to let me answer for myself. You're going to answer for me and ask a question too? You're going to answer for me. Wait a minute. You're going to answer for me. You're going to answer for me. You mean you're going to literally tell me what I did on my job?
That was a rhetorical question. That was a rhetorical question.
Oh,
Sarge.
was it really? Well, it didn't sound like it to me.
I will answer it. Because that is one of the main things that police say. Women don't fill out. Women don't report sexual assault. And you were Mr. Police until Donald Trump came along with all of his BS. And you would have been quoting the same thing that police say. That the majority of women don't report sexual assault. So that's why I made that statement against you. Because you would be holding the line with the rest of police officers that say that. But I guess you're not.
So if you're telling me that if a woman came to me with a rape complaint, I wouldn't take a report and file it. That's what you're telling me I wouldn't do.
That's not what I'm telling you. You know.
And let's say that it's just say that most women don't fill out a complaint. Wait a minute. All right. Wait a minute. Okay. I'm going to take your argument at face value then. Wait a minute. I'm going to take your argument at face value. Okay. So most women don't fill out a complaint. So therefore, we're supposed to assume that since they didn't fill out a complaint, that they were raped.
Well, listen, hold on. Let's move past this argument because I Googled it right quick, and here's what this is what Google says, and y'all can take this with a grain of salt or not. But it says, despite the fact that studies estimate 1 in 6 women and 1 in 21 men will be victims of attempted completed forcible rape in their lives, only 16 to 40% of rapes are ever reported to law enforcement. So it's not the majority, Sarge.
So can I say something? Tyrone, before the arguing starts? Who on this phone? Did y'all hear me say that? That's what Sarge. I did not say that. Sarge, you need to stop twisting up people's words. I did not say that to you.
The man told me I was an oath keeper just a little while ago. After I told him repeatedly over the month that I wasn't.
Okay, let me.
I mean, I'm the one that regularly gets words twisted against him, not him or you.
Okay, I can't overtalk you. What I was trying to say is why I should have. Let me take that back. I think that if all of this stuff, this is just my opinion, if all of this stuff hadn't come up with Trump and the rape allegations and all of that, you would miss the police. And there was one thing that I really respected about you. And I think if all of this had not come up, you always came off as to how you policed, that you were fair with it. Because I remember the story that you told when you were on your way home to pick up your wife and you all were going up for your anniversary and some woman got mugged or something and you had to chase the guy and you said, okay, it's going to be what it's going to be. And y'all did fist-to-fist fighting. And you said because you didn't need a gun. And I respected that story. And I think had it not been for this Donald Trump business with him being accused of sexual assault, you would be saying, my opinion, would be mimicking what other police officers say, that the majority of women who are sexually assaulted don't report. But because of this Trump thing, and that woman didn't jump on the phone and call the police, then now you're saying something different. And I don't believe you would be saying this. if it were not for Trump and this mess he has going on with sexual assault. Because you know the line, you know the talking points. Most police say that women don't report sexual assault. And I believe you would stand by that if it were not for Trump and this bullshit he has going on with his sexual assault case and other women coming out saying that he did the same thing to them. Because you will miss the police in my eyes. But you're talking different because Trump got these issues. This is just my opinion. I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but this is just my opinion. And I respected some of the stories that you told about how you police. Don't change that for that drag, nasty dumpster fire of Trump. Don't change that.
All right. Again, I'm going to take your argument at face value. You say, let us say, for the sake of argument, that most women do not report being raped. Assuming that is true, again, assuming that is true, does that mean I'm supposed to believe that E. Jean Carroll was raped because she didn't report it?
Right, no, she didn't.
No.
So then what am I supposed to assume then? How about what does the evidence show that is true?
Well,
How about
evidence,
that?
I believe
the evidence convinced a 12-panel jury that what she was saying is true.
No, the jury did not convict him of rape. That specifically is a matter of fact. That was the core finding of the complaint.
Sarge,
that was the core finding of the plaintiff's complaint.
Okay, but let me be clear.
They did not find him guilty of rape.
Let me be clear.
They
Okay,
said that he
okay, Sarge, can you please not talk over me? Let me be clear, Sarge. I didn't say rape, but I said a 12-panel. Oh, God damn it! I didn't say rape. A 12-panel jury found him guilty of sexual assault. Now, whenever it comes between the difference, listen, I want y'all to listen to me. Whenever it comes between the difference, shut the fuck up. Whenever it comes between the difference between sexual assault and rape, listen to me. It's one and the same in my eyes. Because if you violate somebody sexually, assault somebody sexually, the only difference between rape and sexual assault is rape, you're using your penis. With sexual assault, you can use your fingers. So it's the same thing to me. So that's why I do that.
That's why there's different classification in the law, and you're always talking about the law, and you got to be careful about it. So you need to be too.
But either way, he violated that fucking woman. Period. And a jury found him guilty of it.
Okay. Yeah, just like Tara Reid said Joe Biden did. I never said Joe Biden was guilty of rape.
There was no jury found Joe Biden.
I never said he was guilty of rape with Tara Reid.
There was no jury found Joe Biden liable of anything. No jury didn't find Joe.
Oh, wait a minute.
Go ahead.
So somebody accused Joe Biden. Somebody, what's the word? Allegedly accused Joe Biden of alleged rape. I didn't hear about that. I must be way behind.
No, I didn't say rape. I said sexual abuse. Exactly the same sort of thing that this jury found Donald Trump liable for. And in fact, at the time on the Larry King show, Tara Reid's mother called in 3 days after it happened on his show and gave a hypothetical story about someone working for a highly placed government official. And it turns out later she was identified as Tara Reid's mother because Tara Reid had told the story to her mother. And Larry King on his television show took the phone call live.
Here we go.
And this is a fact. This is not my opinion.
Here we go.
And so here she is talking about a government official, and it turned out later that person was identified as Tara Reid's mother, speaking contemporaneously about Joe Biden's sexual abuse of her.
Well, he was allegedly accused of it, and I would have to hear more of the story. But when it comes to sexual abuse, I don't put anything past anyone that would do that. So I don't know. I don't either.
Now, if you would have asked me, is it possible that Donald Trump raped E. Jean Carroll? I would say yes. Of course, it's always possible. Is it likely, and does the evidence support it? I would say no, it doesn't.
There you go again, trying to change the stuff.
Because I'm literally telling you what I believe. Now, you don't care because you're a babble-headed idiot. You don't understand the distinction. Again, it is possible that Donald Trump raped her. Of course it's possible. Now, is it likely, and does the evidence show it? No.
Well,
he's 27 years old.
Well,
It's 27-year-old evidence of which there is none. There's people, hearsay evidence, by people saying they said something. She said something to them at the time. That's literally it. That's the whole thing.
Well, he was so callous in the deposition that he had gave out that he said that celebrities get away with, they asked him about the grabbing in the private parts. He said celebrities get away with that all the time. And they said, well, do you consider yourself a celebrity? And the look he gave was like, hell yeah.
Yeah, they do.
I mean, he did that. He did that. And how it was, when I listened to her, the court transcript, someone was reading them, and how she explained and how she went over her testimony of what she said would happen. It was that grab him by the private parts, and I believe that. I believe he did that. He did that to that woman because it was the same thing that she said way back then, and that he was talking about grabbing by the private parts. It sounds like something he would do.
Hold on, listen. This Tara Reid, I just read up on this Tara Reid. It's not the same thing Trump did. The only thing that this lady is saying that Joe Biden made unwanted comments to her, and one time he put her hand on her shoulder, and another time he rubbed her on her back. That's not the same thing that Trump did.
No, he said he tried to digitally penetrate her with his fingers. Now, don't tell me that she. I know she did.
That is not what she said.
Her statements. She's made them over and over again. I saw her make them on several talk shows.
But that is not what she said. So.
No, you're wrong. Okay. You're wrong. She did say that. She said he made an attempt to, and he put his hand and inserted his fingers into her vagina. I'm being very specific here. That's what she said.
I'm reading it now.
I hope he ain't did that.
That's one of the things he did on several other occasions. But in a stairwell, he cornered her, and he did that. That's among the things that he did, according to her.
That he according to her, that he allegedly did.
Again, according to her. I'm saying it's true. I don't know if it's true or not. I know one thing. They gave this. Her complaint is a lot more recent than hers, than Carol's.
Yeah, but some other women came forth about Donald Trump.
Well, then let them make their case then.
Abuse them. Now, I'm just saying, I don't put anything past that. Either one of them could have done that. I just don't put it past them.
Again,
I mean, he feels like he's entitled, man. No,
is there evidence to support it? No. It's possible, yes. Is there evidence to support it? No.
You want video.
Well, I just got to that part, Sarge, about the finger.
All right. So she's again. I don't know if she did it, and I'm not saying he did. I'm saying her allegations are every bit as valid, if not more so, than E. Jean Carroll's. We've got a phone call on the Larry. You can go on YouTube and you can hear the phone call Larry King had with Tara Reid's mother.
Well, no, it's not because according to this right here, Tara Reid told one story, and then she was discredited, and then she told another story, and then I'm reading this damn thing. She told one story. Okay, can you please stop? She told one story, and then she was discredited, and then she changed to another story, which made people doubt what she was saying. So it's not the same thing.
You know the deal, sorry.
So it's not the same thing. So E. Jean Carroll's story is absolutely down the line believable by everybody from the time she said it.
Well, she had two witnesses at the time.
There's no inconsistencies in anything she said. And we don't have what that kook wrote about people having fantasies about being raped by Donald Trump.
She didn't
write that, did she?
She had two witnesses at the time.
Yes, she did. She wrote that and all kinds of other crazy things, too.
She had witnesses to corroborate her story.
She wrote it as a columnist. You want me to read it to you? She was a columnist.
No. Whatever. Listen, why we arguing?
$7,000 to be raped by Donald Trump.
Listen. We shouldn't even be bringing up no one else in this debate, especially. Okay, listen to what I'm saying though, because there's only one person who went to court and got found held liable for sexual assault, and that's
isn't that interesting? Yeah, I find it
ain't got shit to do with Joe Biden. It's just that you
Yeah, I
don't
find that
want to
very
speak on the
interesting.
fact. You just don't want to speak on the fact that this
Yeah.
man got to pay $5 million,
There's only
and
one
now
guy that got a Ukrainian prosecutor
And
fired,
possibly
too,
10.
after he withheld $1 billion the United States aid for him because he was investigating his son on the board of Burisma.
There you go.
There's
Okay.
only one guy who did that, too.
Burisma,
And he didn't get
yeah.
prosecuted for that either,
We're
did
gonna
he?
wait.
okay, so
We're
this is how you have a
waiting.
conversation.
You're deflected again, Sarge.
We bring up one person and you just insert a whole nother person to
Right.
try to make your point.
Right.
I mean, it's stupid.
Well, you're asking things as though they're unique, and since things are unique, well, I'll bring up
Well,
something unique, too,
diverse,
with regard to your
diverse.
fair-haired boy, the little senile potato head in the White House.
It's that what about? What about? What
Well,
about? What about?
Well, DeSantis was not DeSantis. Trump was hitting around about some allegedly stuff with DeSantis in that picture. So everybody hitting around about everybody doing some stuff that they shouldn't be doing. But Trump, and I hope Trump let it rip during the while they campaigning, that the stuff he was trying to let when people was making the comments about the picture with DeSantis and the high school students or college students, I think they were. So I hope they let it rip and destroy one another during the campaign, because that's what's going to happen. Because Trump hits real low, and DeSantis is not quick enough for him. Trump will say anything out of his mouth. He will say anything, and I just don't think DeSantis is quick enough to think on his feet when Trump starts hitting low. And he gonna hit low, and I hope he do. I hope he take it real low. So this is going to be interesting to watch. This is going to be the most ridiculous, sullied, deplorable Republican campaigning throughout the whole thing. Trump going to be constantly hitting low, and DeSantis is not going to know how to really to hit back, because no one is used to that in politics. That type of stuff.
Okay, well, look, I got to give you, I'm just letting you know for your information, Ron DeSantis has already started to hit back hard against Donald Trump, because just today he came out with this. He said that the Memorial Day is approaching, and he doesn't think it's appropriate for Donald Trump to be talking about Memorial Day in the way he has, given the fact that he was a draft dodger during the Vietnam War, and I'm a veteran. So DeSantis is hitting back pretty hard, too. So that's fine with me. I say let him take the gloves off, let him duke it out, and may the best man win.
So if DeSantis win, you gonna vote for him?
Of course I am. Anything to get these rats out of office. Anything.
Well, I hope they hit low, and they if depends on how low they go. They might cause a lot of disgust with a lot of you all party, and people just stay home. They might do that, and that's what I'm hoping that they do. And I hope Trump chooses what's that crazy woman as his running mate,
Marjorie
and that
Taylor
will
Greene.
really hurt him. Yeah, just like what was his name? The dude when he was running against Barack.
Oh yeah.
Crazy.
From Arizona.
McCain, that crazy
when
woman
he brought
from
the Alaskan fool, another one. That's like the Donald Trump. She's a Marjorie Taylor Greene's senior.
Yeah, I hope they do. I hope they tear each other down, just like they ruined Herschel
They are
Walker.
going to tear each other down.
They ruined Herschel Walker.
These people are foolish, man.
Herschel Walker got exposed.
Yeah, they did.
Herschel Walker just got tore down in his race.
Well, look, I think that whoever runs this time, assuming it's Trump versus Biden, the choice of a vice president will be crucial. You got to have somebody that's competent and capable of stepping in to these shoes should something happen. Because as we all know, the graveyards are full of indispensable men. So
Let me ask you this right here, Sarge.
I nominate for Donald Trump's running mate. I nominate the great congressman from Florida, Byron Donalds.
Let me ask you this, Sarge.
Everybody's
Everybody's talking about Joe Biden's age, right? But Donald Trump is 76 years old. Why don't you guys say anything about that old motherfucker?
Yeah.
Like, he's
I'll
old.
say something about it. He's 76 years old. But I'll tell you one thing. He's 76. Okay. But I'm not worried at all about it if he picks a good vice president, because a good vice president should be able to step right into his shoes and keep on governing. So if he gets a good vice presidential candidate, I'm not at all worried about his age.
No,
Here we
Donald
go.
Trump will be 77 next month. So just start calling him 77.
He's gonna
Again,
be
my
president.
statement stands. If he gets a
you
good
think he's
vice
insane
presidential
now?
candidate, I'm not worried about his age.
If you think
If he
he's
gets a
insane
good
now,
president to carry out his policies, a good backup, I'm not at all worried about Donald
No,
Trump.
listen, you missing my question. My
Marjorie
question is, you
Taylor Greene-
criticize Joe Biden for his age, but you never criticize Trump
I
for his
never really
age.
criticized for his age. You're wrong. I criticize for his mental incompetence. Not his
That
age.
deals with his
Bernie
age,
Sanders
moron.
does not have his problem, and Bernie Sanders is older than he is. Bernie Sanders is still sharp as a tack.
Listen,
He's
okay,
older than he is.
listen. Let me show you
Yes.
somebody who's mentally incompetent. Now, shut up. I got you on mute for a second. The person who's mentally incompetent got held civilly liable for sexual assault and defamation on one day, and the next day he goes out and does the exact same goddamn thing, and now he's got to go back to court with E. Jean Carroll again for defamation. That's who's fucking mentally incompetent, is Donald Trump. He got to be, Sarge.
No, fella, that's reckless at best. You can't call it incompetent. Reckless, perhaps, but not incompetent. I think he was fully aware of what he was saying.
It's incompetent whenever he had to pay $5 million one day and put himself at risk to pay more money the next goddamn day, Sarge.
Look, I'm speaking about him reiterating the very thing that he just got liable for, which is defamation. That's perhaps reckless, but not incompetent.
Well, I guess he can just keep giving away y'all money then.
Well, again, like I said, look, his age is not an issue if he gets a good vice presidential candidate. I'm not at all worried about it. That's why if he was a big Byron Donalds, I'd be happy as hell. I think Byron Donalds is going to be outstanding. He's got a great future in front of him, and he's truly smart, focused, and highly capable.
Well, I can tell you this, that the Republicans ain't going to be behind no black guy.
you know what? He does speak well, but he's an idiot.
That's what the hell happened to Herman Cain. He thought that he was a goddamn Republican.
Because he's an intellectual brother, and you know he's not a stupid guy, but his mindset is definitely like, you know, they got him.
Well,
So they
Huh?
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead. Finish.
No, I said they got him. They, you know, he's an intellectual brother, but stupid or ignorant in certain aspects, I would say. Like most of us are. But it's sad that with the way he speaks, you would think that his mind would be like, man, listen, with this dummy Republican Party, I'm much more than that. I'm much more intelligent than these people. I mean, he's just putting himself in the same circle as them. But go ahead.
Well, Tyrone, you brought up Herman Cain. You said that the Republican Party completely destroyed, what's the football player?
Herschel Walker.
Yeah, they got Herschel Walker all messed up over there. But they killed Herman Cain.
Yeah, they killed him dead.
Because he was going along with that, oh, COVID ain't real, you don't need no mask.
Where's the doctor at? Elisa.
He's dead.
Where our doctor went? No, but where's the doctor? The brother,
Ben Carson.
Ben Carson. Where he's at? Where's Ben? Where's brother Ben at?
That's what I'm saying. Sarge keep calling that guy from Florida, Byron, whatever his name is. They're not. They don't want that guy.
He's gonna get destroyed too.
And Tim
They're
Scott,
gonna mess him up too.
Listen, Tim Scott is just a puppet. He's just up there running.
No.
These people are not going to nominate. And Ron DeSantis better watch out because he got a Hispanic last name, so he might be on the
Yeah,
chopping
they're
block.
gonna get him.
Well, I'm not all that excited about Tim Scott either, but I just realized something about Byron Donalds. Byron Donalds and Donald Trump are both from the same state, and according to the Constitution, one or the other would have to sacrifice the electoral votes from that state if they both remain residents of Florida. So they're not going to do it, so he ain't going to be the nominee because they're both residents of Florida. And that means both of them can't get the electoral votes from that state. Only one of them can.
Right. And nobody's going to...
I regret that I forgot about what the Constitution says in that regard.
You regret it?
Yeah.
Man. Well,
Byron Donald is an idiot.
he's not going to get it. He's not going to get it either. So
No,
look,
I don't want him to get it if he has to sacrifice if either him or Trump has to sacrifice those elected votes. I don't think he should get it.
But you know what I
Florida's
like?
more important a state.
Hot Dog Man is in there too. All right, hot dogs and hamburgers is in there, Sarge. What are you gonna do about that?
Who you talking
about? Hot dogs and hamburgers, Chris Christie. What are you gonna do about that?
Is he running too?
Oh, please, don't even mention that bastard's name to me.
Sarge.
I ain't interested in him at all. You can have him.
What do you mean?
He's your kind of Republican. He ain't mine. I don't want nothing.
No, Sarge. He
I don't have nothing to do with him. I reject him completely.
Sarge, wait a minute. He was helping Donald Trump and his campaign.
I know what he was doing. I hear what he's saying. I don't want nothing to do with it.
You don't respect him now?
No. Not much.
Wow, Sarge.
Not much. Wow. The only thing I can say is he'd be better to have as president than Joe Biden. That's it. But that's not saying much.
So are you going to agree with Donald Trump with the taxes right now that he's saying about DeSantis? Is that true?
With the taxes about what?
That he's bringing up taxes.
He's bringing taxes?
Yeah, taxes.
I don't understand what you mean. What do you mean he's bringing taxes?
He's going to bring up the taxes are going to go up with him. That's one of the commercials that Donald Trump put out there.
I haven't studied it up, know what DeSantis' position on that is yet. I don't know. I'm going to have to take your word for it, and I'm very suspect on that.
You don't got to take my word for it.
I say one thing. If
commercial for it.
Let's say it's true. Let's say DeSantis is talking about a tax cut. I'm going to oppose it. Tax increase.
Let me ask you this right here, since y'all talking about money. What about this debt ceiling that the Republicans manufacturing this fucking crisis?
You mean, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. The debt is going to go up, but the Republicans are demanding meaningful cuts in certain areas, and they are holding true to it. They're not saying that they're not going to raise spending in areas that many of the Democrats want to raise spending in. They're saying in some areas they want cuts, and they're standing by it.
Okay, but listen, and don't cut me off, because the way it was explained, there's a lot of people came out and explained it, is during the appropriations, that's whenever they agree to raise the debt limit. They agree to the amount of spending and all of that kind of stuff. And then whenever it comes to time to raise the debt limit is not the time for negotiation. The time for negotiation is doing appropriations, right? So what the Republicans is doing is they're using this time to do the negotiations that they've already done in appropriations. So it's not really a legitimate effort they're putting forth here. They're just trying to, cause chaos, to be honest with you, Sarge. Now, you know that's the way it works, right?
How much debt do you think the United States should assume? Right now it's standing at $31 trillion.
They talked about it. No, that's not the point. The point is they have already agreed to an amount in appropriations, Sarge. They have already agreed to raise the debt ceiling.
But they didn't agree on cuts to the budget.
No, listen.
They agreed on raising the debt ceiling as a general principle, not on the specifics of the legislation.
Yeah, listen. During appropriations, that's when they talk about spending and cuts and all that kind of stuff. And whatever they came forth, the Democrats and the Republicans agreed to it. The only thing that the debt ceiling date does is they got to vote on raising it. So they didn't have to do any more willing and dealing. And that's why it's like that, is because whenever it comes to time to raise it, it's time for you to raise it so you can pay your bills. But doing appropriation is whenever they talk about cuts and spending and all that kind of stuff, which they've already done. So McCarthy is just using this time to raise the debt ceiling to just cause havoc. I mean, it's now's not the time to debate what to spend and what not to spend.
Look, here's what Kevin McCarthy said. This is a quote. We both agreed default's not really on the table. We've got to get something done here. So both sides agree they don't want a default. What the Republicans want is cuts to certain departments and certain areas of spending. Okay, the Democrats want none at all. That's the sticking point.
No, you're not listening. You're not listening.
Well, you're saying no, it wasn't a done deal in appropriation.
Yes, it was.
You say
Let me check this caller right quick. Who's this caller? Hello, I just opened your line. All right, I'm going to mute your line. I'm going to open your line. Who is this right here? Hello? All right. Well, go ahead, Sarge.
All right, MC, you're saying I do not believe that it was a done deal, a hardcore handshake deal on what was to be cut. Again, the debt ceiling is going to be raised. They're not going to be raised to the amount that the Democrats wanted, and it's got to be some cuts involved in it. So there's more areas of agreement than there's disagreement, but the disagreement areas are crucial.
I think it's a bunch of bullshit. The government has misspent a lot of money. It's sad that we depend on credit and debt as a way of income or how to fix it. We got to get all that shit straight. And this damn country could have fixed all that during this pandemic.
Well, and the problem is that they raised the debt ceiling 3 times up under Donald Trump with no argument, with no cuts. As a matter of fact, they did tax cuts and spent more money.
Right, for
but
the rich.
Now when Joe Biden turned, they're just trying to cause havoc. And Donald Trump on Truth Social told those House Republicans not to make a goddamn deal. So how is he trying to fucking legislate on goddamn social media and them following what the fuck he say? Which is stupid.
He got a right to exercise opinion like any other citizen.
When Barack Obama was out of office, you did not hear him mingling in fucking Washington.
Yes, you did. Oh, stop it. Please.
He stepped away, Sarge.
Oh, man. Oh, please.
Every president do except for this idiot.
Oh, and besides, he's not bound to actually behave the way Barack Obama does.
I'm talking about Barack Obama, George Bush, Clinton, all of those presidents went fishing after they got out of office, except for Donald Trump.
Because Donald Trump got cheated out of an election, that's why.
Oh, here we go with this bullshit. See, this is why you're a
we
cult
know
member.
We don't even have to talk about Dominion voting machines. All we got to talk about what the FBI and the CIA did. They put their thumb on the scale.
They ain't nobody cheat.
With the Democratic National Committee.
We know
it from the Durham report now. Come on.
You know Carrie Lake lost her last fucking court battle, don't you?
No, I do. And you know what was revealed in that court case? It was revealed that 274,000 votes
this is
got
the one.
signature verification approved with an average of 1.5 to 2 seconds per signature because we can do mathematics.
Well, this is the one you said.
That was not a signature verification. That was valid.
Sorry, this is the court hearing that you said wait for.
I know she doesn't know what I just said, like you always do.
No, but you told me that it was gonna be barred out in this.
No, I didn't say that. I said she got a hearing, and I said what got revealed in the hearing was damning.
You just said that now, but you said that this is.
No, see, nigga, that's why I yell at your motherfucking ass, because you never listen to what I actually say.
Do I need to pull up the recording?
You just interpret it the way you want to.
Do I need to
I know what I said. I said, Tyrone, she's getting another court hearing. That's what I said.
And she
I
lost.
didn't predict the outcome. I knew the outcome was going to go nowhere. What I want is things to be revealed, and it was.
They want nothing revealed. She lost, motherfucker.
Yeah, no, it was something
revealed. I mean, you ignore everything I say. I said something very specific that came out in the trial, and you're choosing to ignore it.
Okay.
She didn't have shit, sorry. She's a nut.
That's what you always do, Tyrone, because it doesn't support your narrative. So you just prefer to say, "Oh, never mind."
Sorry, she's lying just like Donald Trump lied about the other election.
That's what I mean. You're narrating.
Lie your way,
I said something very specific, and you ignored it. That's what you always do. You got no case.
Sarge, she's not going to win. It's over with. You understand that, right?
I didn't say she was going to win. I mean, you don't listen to me. This is the problem with you. This is why I keep yelling at you all the time.
So why,
you never
what is she
listen
fighting?
I didn't say she was going to win. I said what's being revealed by the trial is worth revealing, no matter what the outcome is.
So what is she fighting for if it's not to overturn the election, Sarge?
Okay, that's what she is fighting to overturn the election. She's going to have to go through a series of steps, probably all the way to the United States Supreme Court. She's going to lose in every Arizona court. Now, I have said that.
So you don't think that she's ever going to win? You don't think
don't want to reverse the outcome of the election, no matter what evidence that they see.
Okay, so she lost then. We agree she lost.
Well, again, we're not arguing about that. I'm talking about what was revealed in the hearing she just had. And you're ignoring it.
You don't want to admit that she lost.
I already just did. But it was stolen. It was a stolen victory.
It was not stolen.
Defeat.
That's why she go to court to prove it wasn't stolen.
Hey, listen to me. We know what happened in Maricopa County. They had the missized ballots that didn't fit the the ballot scanners, so therefore all kinds of Republican votes weren't counted. We know now 274,000 votes were so-called signature verified with an average of 1.5 to 2 seconds per signature. That is impossible to accurately verify.
Okay.
It was simply rubber stamping the outcome of the election.
Okay, none of what you said is true.
And you're ignoring everything I say because it doesn't fit your narrative. You don't care anyway. You're glad she lost. So you don't care what the truth reveals, what the evidence is.
No, because I do, and
I'm going to keep saying what was revealed in the trial.
Listen to what I'm saying. If what you're saying is true, that can be used in evidence to turn the election the other way, and it wasn't.
When it goes to the Supreme Court, right?
So it wasn't true.
I did not expect her to win in the Arizona courts. I didn't.
She wasn't going to win legitimate, and she didn't. The woman didn't win. She's a loser, too, like Donald Trump.
She probably won't win in the Arizona court.
She's a three-time loser, Sarge. You like chilling with losers.
Jesus Christ, I don't know anybody who speaks more clearly about what they believe in me. I'm not wishy-washy. I don't equivocate. If I don't know something, I don't know enough about something, I'll tell you. I don't know enough about it to make a judgment. That's the truth.
Sarge,
I need to have as many facts as I can have in my hand to make a definitive judgment about anything.
So what are you going to do whenever Donald Trump get charged in Georgia?
I'm going to look at the evidence against him. The first thing I'm going to do.
I got a new
attitude. The first thing I'm going to do is look at the evidence that the grand jury presents against him. And then I'm going to make up my mind about it.
So you don't see nothing he did wrong in Georgia?
No, I don't see anything he did wrong in Georgia. That's
why
I
didn't do anything wrong, period. He hasn't done anything
wrong.
That's
why I want to see what the grand jury says he did wrong, if anything.
What about them court papers, Sarge?
Because it doesn't matter what I believe. What matters what matters more than what Sarge believes or what a grand jury does.
What
Sarge
about the papers in Mar-a-Lago with the lawyers saying that he had his other people block the lawyers from getting that information?
If he declassified those documents, they weren't classified documents. So
you ain't heard the latest news on that. You ain't heard the latest news is that you remember you was talking about it was in a secure place behind a locked door. Well, today it came out that those papers got moved there the day before the FBI came. Did you hear that?
He didn't hear that.
So you're saying that he didn't have them properly secured?
No, he did not.
So what the fuck are you everything about Biden with his boxes next to the Corvette?
Okay, we ain't talking about Biden. Listen, brother, you got a problem because every time we talk about Trump, you bring up Biden. We're not talking about Trump.
You never do.
Okay, you changing the subject.
You're damn right I am because you're such hypocrites. Now you're being a hypocrite.
Divert Biden. Divert to Biden.
You're damn right I am, and I'm going to keep on doing it when it comes to this subject.
You're like a computer, like Donald Trump.
You're damn right I am. I'm going to keep on doing it.
I know you are. Donald Trump
You're damn right. Until you acknowledge it,
you're a little robot.
Until at the very least you acknowledge it.
You his left ball sack.
And you don't even want to acknowledge it.
You like DeSantis left and the right ball sack.
Yeah, more narrating again. You guys can't do nothing but narrate.
Sarge, you in a tight position, honestly.
Specifics, you're mighty short on
I don't know if you realize that in history you look very foolish in history. Right now in this time, if you make it to another 20, 30 years, people will look back at all this and they'll say, what a foolish man. What a foolish man, Sarge. You have time to get your brain right and think for yourself.
Man, I've already been vindicated with your bullshit about Russia-Trump collusion. It's been vindicated. Actually, even the Mueller report showed it was full of shit. And now we got the Durham report. And now we got these people hiding all this evidence with the whistleblower and all these whistleblowers coming forward to tell what they know about the FBI and the IRS taking the team that was investigating Hunter Biden and assigning them to another case. And now they're retaliating against them for being whistleblowers when the whistleblower law says that's illegal to do. But you ignore all of it, you ignore all of it, you ignore all of it because you want to protect that little corrupt potato head in the White House.
What?
Anything, but
no,
be my guest.
foolish.
I guarantee you, history's going to look at my point of view infinitely better than it looks at yours.
I'm a free thinker. If Joe Biden, his son, anybody did a crime, the Democrat, Republican, they should deal with what they should deal with. Period. There's no, if you're Democrat, you should get a pass because you were a Democrat. No, because then you're doing Republican criminal shit. So you fall under the Republican structure anyway. So I'm not going to give no a pass to a Democrat that does Republican, if you want to say, fundamental things. Fuck them too. I'm telling you this, Sarge, that everything's looking bad for you on every angle. Look at the candidates. Look at the two clowns that are the number one ranking nominees that everybody's putting their support behind. It's ridiculous. It's going to be historically foolish. They're going to see this time, historians, regular people will look back in this time and say, what fools were like yourself and other people that followed another man. They say, never follow another man. And you were a man that followed another man. That was foolish at that. Two of them, DeSantis, Donald Trump. Sad for your history.
Well, I have official vindication from multiple sources now on my position about so-called Russia collusion. We now know it was a plan that was engineered and hatched by Hillary Clinton and the Democratic National Committee. We got irrefutable.
There we go.
And I can guarantee you that history is going to look more kindly on my position than it is on yours. Because now I've been verified by the facts and official reports, not narrations. Not narration. Right. And let's just change the subject a little bit. What do you think about this crazy bitch in New York City who up there messed up that abortion display and then put a machete to a reporter's throat, and then they didn't even show the video where she chased him outside when they were going back to their car and threatened him again with the machete and kicked one of them in the shin.
I support her.
I knew you would. I knew you would. That's all I got to say. I knew it. Good. Okay. That answered my question. I'm glad to see it.
Again, I can't tell you because I didn't see who you're talking about, so I have no comment.
It's all over the web now. All over the web. Not only she put a machete, he knocked on the door. She opens the door and machete. She steps out of the doorway, puts the machete to the guy's throat, starts threatening to kill him and everything else, goes back in the house. And then the reporter says to each other, one reporter says to the other, we better get out of here. We better leave. We got to get out of this. And they walk back down to the car. While they're walking back down to the car, this lunatic, this raving leftist Marxist lunatic, comes running down the stairs and comes up again with the machete and chases one of them around the car. And then chases another one of them down the street, threatening to cut him up with the machete and kicked him in the shins. But she's a Democrat, so that's why she ain't been charged with a crime. And then she turned herself in to the police, and she says she's the victim. Get this now. She's the victim of a racist, oppressive, misogynist system, which is why she had threatened reporters with physical bodily harm with a deadly weapon. Only a Democrat does talk shit like that. Only a Democrat.
No, she got fired. She got fired, man. So tell the whole story.
Was that supposed to excuse her from a criminal offense?
Well, I mean, it just happened, so you got to give the law.
I know, but is firing supposed to get her excused from a criminal offense?
It just happened. You got to give the law enforcement time to work.
Assault.
You got to give it time to work.
She kicked the guy.
She didn't cut.
It's on video.
She didn't chop his head off.
Okay, well that's your new standard now. So what was your problem with January 6th?
They burnt the goddamn Capitol down.
Good, people wandered into the building and just wandered around, taking selfies.
Okay, well that's a lie.
And they're going to jail for 6 years.
They should.
I mean, what's your problem with that? I mean, I swear to God, man, you got the most inconsistent standards I've ever seen in my life.
Sarge, I don't think you realize what just happened, but okay. 18 years for one guy. Oath keeper, Sarge. Huh? Huh?
I told you, I got my little list here of things I have to check on. I'm going to look into this conviction, what the evidence was that was presented at trial, and then I'm going to make my decision about the validity of the conviction.
I hope you do.
Yeah, I am. Believe me, I will. When I say I will, you better believe it. The next time you talk to me about this, I'm going to be prepared to give you an answer.
It looks like these guys are not.
I usually am. You know it when I say I will be.
Like I said,
you may not like my answers, but you will get them.
These guys do not look like they're going anywhere but prison.
Well, that's fine. If they were legitimately convicted, they should be in jail.
Okay. So
that's a big
just
if.
accept it. So, listen, they have to accept for what they did, right?
And I agree. We have agreement then. If they're legitimately convicted, so be it.
Can't be mad when the law.
You never heard me ever say anything different.
But Donald Trump gonna pardon him, you know.
I heard the phone call. I've read the transcript. I listened to the audio at least 6 times. I know there's nothing in that phone call that should get him convicted of any crime whatsoever. Nothing. Now, if they got something else, let me see what it is.
You don't even know your own laws.
I don't know. I don't know of it, and I'm not saying it's not out there. I want to see what this grand jury might come up with, if they're going to come up with something.
Well, it don't matter because you're in denial anyway. You're going to say that somehow or another they Democrats.
Not in denial. What did I just say? I'm waiting to see the evidence. You're the one who believes in execution first, trial later.
You going to say they Democrats or some shit
like that. You're like the Red Queen and Alice in Wonderland. Execution first, trial later.
It doesn't look good, Sarge. It doesn't look good. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't look good. It's a lot of very foolish. Very foolish how these guys are coming up. Again, DeSantis, very foolish yesterday. It was a mess, Sarge. A mess. These guys don't got it together. They don't even know how to deal with technology.
Yeah, and they lied and said that they lied and said that they broke the internet, and it was only 300,000 people on there.
I'm going to give y'all a link to something you might find entertaining, and it doesn't matter whether or not you agree with Donald Trump. This is funny as hell. What he put on Truth Social about DeSantis announcing his presidential run. And this is so goddamn funny. I swear to God, when I saw this, I laughed for at least 5 minutes. And most everybody who's seen it admits it's funny as hell. It's a parody of Ron DeSantis' announcement. And I'm going to put a link to it in the chat room. And I'm beseeching you to see it. Just to see if you think it's as funny as I think it is. I think it's hilarious. There's the link. I just put it in the chat room.
It's funny as hell. I seen it already.
It's got to admit it's funny now. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, it was pretty funny.
All right. Well, all I got to say is that if y'all ain't seen it, watch it, because, I mean, it'll make your day just for amusement's sake.
Well, but you talking about the 45th president of the United States putting cartoons up, picking on people.
Yeah, look, I know you're not going to like it. Look, Donald Trump is going to be Trump. I say let Trump be Trump. Not many people can pull it off. If anybody can, he can.
He's acting like a child.
As a rule, yeah, I would say that's beneath somebody running for president.
Yeah,
but with Donald Trump, he just breaks all them rules, man, and you know it.
He's acting like a child.
Illegal.
He's acting like a child, and you got his scrotum in your mouth.
Well, there you go with your sexual panties. I need to stop it. Sexual panties are not mine.
Woo! Well, y'all, I enjoyed the night. Elisa gonna beat me up for never damn getting to these damn stories. So
wait a minute, man. Hey, man, wait a minute now. It's Thursday, and Memorial Day is up, man. You gotta let me read my buddies' names, man. You gotta let me read their names.
Oh, you can't. Let me see who this caller is.
Memorial Day coming up, man.
Hold on,
I ain't forgot him. It deserved to be remembered.
Okay, but hold on. Let me see who this caller is. Who's this caller line I just opened?
East Coast.
What's up, East Coast? All right. Well, let me just say this before you get started. Miss Elisa, thank you. And we're gonna let East Coast go, Sarge, and then you can read your buddy's names.
Thank you.
And once again, guys, look, y'all know that Tina Turner passed away, and I say R.I.P. to that sister. She gave a great contribution to the music world and to humanity. You know, she was a star beyond her years there with her creativity. But go ahead, East Coast, what's up, man?
Yeah. While you're talking about Tina Turner, I have one of her albums.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Nut Bush City Limits. Yeah. So if you ever watched her, you just go to the YouTube, and when you see her dance, you know, from back when in the '60s, Tina could really shake.
Yeah, she was a trendsetter, man.
Oh yeah,
man, you talking about dance? You know, I mean, she could really dance. Yeah,
she was something.
Good. She was good. And then the Mad Max, you know, when she came back and played in that movie and had the theme song, you know, she kind of recreated herself, you know, as an older person, and kept her following. So she did well in life.
But go ahead, East Coast. What you got, man?
Well, I was just listening. I was trying to get in, listening to Sarge. Sarge will be Sarge. You know,
and thus shall never defeat.
You know, Tyrone, he thinks he has an erudite mind.
And thus it shall never be.
And thus he comes over here and he comes here to dominate.
He's in constant denial of the truth. I can't.
Oh, wow.
I can't deal with
Sarge, while you're talking about the debt, let's go back to the debt ceiling. So, you know, I was listening to the C-SPAN program and they were talking about debt. So this guy called in and he was talking about expenditures. So the government passed a bill, and the bill is basically you have expenditures. So that means they're committed to spending these funds, and the government collects revenue, and when the revenue doesn't match up to the expenditures, you have to raise the debt. And what has been done in the past is that whenever they would come up against this, you know, and it just kept creeping up in both Democratic and Republican administrations, but we know the Republicans have they've put most of the debt on us, you know, through basically income tax, you know, cutting the taxes all the way back to Bush. So you remember Clinton, you know, he balanced the budget, but he did have pressure from Newt Gingrich. So the Republicans, you know, in his second term, you know, he was in trouble with Lewinsky and stuff. You know, so you know, they put pressure on him, and they came up with a balanced budget. Trump, George Jr., he passed those tax cuts, and that was passed on, so the debt started to build. And so what you have now, what they've done, they said, okay, we're going to raise the debt ceiling, but we're going to add all this onto it. But you've already passed a bill for those expenditures. But you're being told now you got to cut back. And so they linked this, so it has to go up to the Senate. There has to be agreement on it. But it's like a poison pill. And they said, well, the Democrats have threatened before, but the Democrats have never submitted a bill that puts the country in this position, and they almost did that. So my thing is, you say you want an across the board or holding it at a certain level. You have to look at what are the outcomes. You've never heard they just give you a percentage spread without looking at what it will do to those programs. Don't want to talk about that stuff. And you have to say, okay, well, the debt 30 trillion, that is real high. But if we don't do what you say that we need to do now, we'll blow up the country. So are we at that point in this country that debt or doing those things that they're trying to stop is going to cause great harm to this country? So that's the way I see it, Tyrone. And so they put the country in a position where you talk about the VA, the veterans, cuts across the board. So if you have an organization, Department of Transportation, and they've already committed to this money, they committed to these programs, or where they're building stuff, let's say bridges and stuff. Now you say you're going to cut back, but you've already committed to doing that. So you got the contracts, the money, the work is being done. So that's when they talk about people being laid off. And then to the work requirements. I was looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They showed again this month that we're doing very well in that area, unemployment. But some of these things that they want to do, a lot of people are not computer literate. Most stuff, it'll just be a process where people just run into a stumbling block and can't get the paperwork done in the right way, and they get their benefits cut. So, that's how I look at these things. So I look at Sarge, you want Trump back again for the next 4 years. What is he going to give to us? What is he going to deliver? So he did a tax cut the first 4 years. So what is the program?
More lies.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
But lies, more lies. He's going to go back to Russia and finish pissing on that bed that Barack Obama slept in.
Yeah, so I look at this stuff and I just kind of laugh.
Don't believe that.
Sorry, you think we're crazy over here, don't you?
Yeah. That's ridiculous.
I think you do.
That's ridiculous.
That we can't think, and we only see it the way Sarge sees it. You're the only one that's like. There's only a few of y'all like that.
Wait a minute, I'm the only one that sees it this way. Are you sure you want to re-examine that?
Well, we're just talking about those. Tyrone talks about. We know who you all are.
Sarge in denial. I think that we will have a better. I think we have a better conversation if Sarge just go ahead and admit that he's like a cult-minded person and Donald Trump, is his leader. We can have a better conversation, but he's in denial that he really see Donald Trump as somebody who's infallible and can't do nothing wrong.
Right.
He always tries
Sarge.
to.
Right. So when you look at these things, all we want you to do is just have an honest discussion, a fair evaluation. Y'all do it all the time on Biden. That laptop, Tyrone, I guess, what happened to that hard drive? Somebody didn't lift that information off of it.
I don't know. It's been 5 years. 5 years ago, they found that laptop, and they ain't got no evidence off of it yet. to connect Joe Biden to some bullshit.
Listen, before Giuliani got all crazy with all the stuff that he got into, Giuliani still has law enforcement friends, right? And Giuliani mostly had got along with Republicans, right? And a lot of those Republicans, whether they say it or not, also supported Trump, right? Some of them might have stepped away when Trump got a little far or a lot far. Some of them stuck with him, right? And some of those people still work in government. So you mean to tell me that Giuliani, with the credentials that he had at the time as this hero of New York City, and he prosecuted a mob, and he couldn't get that laptop to a proper law enforcement person that will make sure that this won't get in the hands of a wrong law enforcement that's going to cover it up? Like, come on, man. Seriously?
You talking about Giuliani, the same person that was caught on video laying down thinking that he was about to take his dick out to a 13-year-old? That Giuliani?
Man, why you mentioning that, Tyrone? Why you gotta put that out there? Why you gotta put that
Tyrone, they think you're crazy, though, when you see these things and you're not supposed to comprehend.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't mean no harm. Sarge, I'm not talking about you, but the entire, well, maybe I am a little bit, but the entire Republican Party is fucking batshit crazy. Everybody in the Republican Party has lost their fucking mind. And I'm saying that because they don't support the rule of law no more. They don't support the Constitution. They just all about winning. They listen, East Coast. They willing to let the debt ceiling expire to politically make Joe Biden look bad. That's stupid.
But here's the problem, Tyrone. There's a whole bunch of that are millionaires up in that Congress. And, their money are tied up to the market. Somebody said, watch, see when they start unloading stocks. It's that time gets near.
Yeah.
So it's messing with people's money. And so it's like, who's going to blink? And I've been watching under...
The Republicans got their marching orders from Donald Trump the other day on Truth Social. Donald Trump told them not to make a deal.
Oh, yeah, you monitor that.
Yeah.
They charge for Truth Social now, don't they?
No, it's still free. You can get on there.
You could get a subscription base though if you want, right?
Oh, okay.
I ain't paying for shit now. If it didn't cost money, I ain't paying for that.
If it costs money, then you won't get on. That's like Facebook doesn't even do that. So he knew that if he tried to do that, that's why he tells you donate. He wants you to donate money.
Yeah,
they were advertising it.
I like watching what that silly shit he posts.
I know it. So he told him not to make a deal.
Yeah, he told him not to make a deal. As a matter of fact, that CNN town hall, he said it that night too.
So Tyrone, if he got back in the captain's chair, how would foreign policy work?
He'd do the same. He'll kiss Putin ass. He'll kiss Kim Jong Il ass. He'll kiss China ass. And then he'll make enemies with American allies. And he'll try to shut down NATO.
So he'll finish up.
Yep. And Ukraine would lose that fucking war. I guarantee you.
Bakhmut just fell. They're on the verge of losing for sure.
Sorry, wait. No,
they're about to ring in circle
You didn't get the memo.
And then circle Chasey
Sorry, you didn't get the memo that they're hitting, that you got insurgents going into Moscow and the borderline blowing up shit in the border in Russia now. Sarge, come on.
That's supposed to be surprising. I'm talking about the battlefield losses that Ukraine is sustaining.
Sarge,
they got Russians.
The war is moving into Moscow and the border of Russia is going past Ukraine.
Their own country.
Don't believe the UK propaganda. It's not true.
Oh, thank you. I hope you.
Let me ask you this right here. I'm serious now. Do you want Ukraine to win or lose? What's your stance?
Actually, I'm not really. I don't really care all that much. I want it.
You don't care about democracy.
I want it to be
about rights, human
Ukraine
rights.
is a corrupt country, thoroughly corrupt, and they're also acting like a fascist nation. They're banning religious people. There's only one party in the country. They're acting every bit as oppressive as they claim the Russians are.
Okay, sorry, but listen, every time I ask you a question, you deflect. Listen, I'm asking you now.
No, No. What was specifically presented to me was how they're acting, how the Russians are oppressive, and that the Ukrainians stand for democracy.
I didn't ask you that. Listen. Okay, stop. Listen. I didn't ask you that. I want to be clear.
I mean,
Okay,
if you
listen.
stop at
Can
all
you
the
shut
fairy
the fuck
tales,
up and stop
maybe
telling me
I
what
might
I'm
be more in
saying?
agreement with you.
I'm asking you a question. Ukraine was a free country. You know Russia is a communist country. They're in battle. They're fighting.
Ukraine is not a free country. You stop with that.
Which one would you rather see win, Ukraine or Russia?
I really don't have an opinion on it.
They have
There's
elections in
things
Ukraine.
about Russia
So
that I
what you're
don't want
talking
to
about,
see
they're not a
win,
fair country.
and there's maybe even more things that
They
I
have
don't
elections.
want to see Ukraine win either.
And
I
they
want
kick out
it to
corrupt
end.
leaders too. Ukraine
I want it to end
kicks
so
out
people
corrupt
stop
leaders.
dying.
Like when the Russians were puppeted. You know, he was a Russian puppet, the Ukrainian president. And now come on, Sarge.
Well, yeah, Ukraine is a democracy.
Stop giving me these narratives.
Ukraine is a democracy. They came up.
No narrative. It's the truth.
Ukraine is a democracy.
It's a narrative. I mean, it's not true.
Sarge, let's get away from that.
Zelensky banned the Orthodox religion in Ukraine. He banned
talking
it.
about before Zelensky.
How is that being a democracy? I don't narrate.
Let's go to where you feel most comfortable. Hold on. Let's go to where you feel most comfortable. History. Tell me what happened in 1917 in Russia, in the Soviet Union.
All right, okay.
Tell me what happened.
Easy. That's very easy.
What
There was
happened?
a movement by the Mensheviks, not the Bolsheviks. The Russian communists did not overthrow the Tsar. It was the Mensheviks who did. They set up a Duma, a parliament. Okay? They were the social democrats, they called themselves. And guess who sought to undermine the social democrats with the Bolshevik Revolution? Lenin and the Bolsheviks. So they didn't overthrow the Tsar. It was the social democrats and the Mensheviks who did. And then the Bolsheviks came along and fomented a Marxist revolution to overthrow the social democrats and take control of the Duma.
They still had revolution
and they also executed the Tsar and his family. They executed the Tsar and his family after he abdicated the throne.
So I'm asking you, that can happen again? That can happen right now with the current...
You asked me what happened in 1917, I'm trying to tell you.
And what I'm asking you is, can that happen again?
What do you mean, of course, it's happening right now in the United States. We're on homegrown Bolsheviks.
Ain't nobody happen. What the fuck? Look, let me just say this right here. YouTube, listen, if y'all want to call in, YouTube, call in. Sarge, East Coast, Jay, all y'all on the line. I appreciate talking to y'all. Y'all can still continue to talk, but I got some shit to do tomorrow, so I'm gonna get ready to hang
Darren,
up.
you might.
All right, well, look, I'd like to read the names of my buddies for Memorial Day, so you'll know that they lived. And they were really great guys, and I'm telling you right now, I miss almost every single one of them.
Go ahead and do that then. Let Sarge read his names for Memorial Day.
All right, this is the 1st Brigade of the 5th Infantry Division, mechanized, was in Vietnam from March of 1968 to June of 1971. In that time, it suffered 568 members killed in action and about 2,700 wounded in action and 4 missing. Now, I knew 19 of these guys. They were my comrades and my friends. Some I didn't like very much. Some I liked one hell of a lot. Some were just like brothers to me. Some I didn't know all that well. I just knew them, but all of them, I believe every single one of them, when the shit went down, I could count on them. They were all, for the most part, pretty good guys. And I'm telling you right now, a couple of them saved my life. And to this day, I revere them as my brothers. And they are Private First Class Bernard Herman Bax, Specialist 4th Samuel Alonzo Besson, Sergeant First Class Lester Earl Bunner, Specialist 4th Chris B. Cordova, Private First Class Carl Dean Dixon, Specialist 4th Class Thomas Hoyt Farmer, First Lieutenant James Kenneth Flannery, Specialist 4th Eugene Marshall Frick, Corporal Terry Lee Gilpin, Sergeant First Class John Alton Herbert, Staff Sergeant Eugene Huggins, Private First Class Francis Joseph Keller, Corporal Glenn Errol Kelly, First Lieutenant Robert Burton LeContes, Sergeant First Class Albert Marcantel, First Lieutenant Robert Burton Jr., Specialist 4th Anthony John Marinelli, Special Fourth William Joseph Martinez, Staff Sergeant Raymond Allen May, First Lieutenant Ted Owen McCandless, Corporal Gary McCullough, Staff Sergeant Jerry Lewis Ogren, Specialist Fourth Grover Cecil Pearson, Specialist Fourth James Joseph Polasek, Staff Sergeant Arthur Houston Price, Staff Sergeant Joseph Thomas Robertson, Sergeant William Howard Schaller, Sergeant First Class Roscoe Seibert, Corporal Billy Jean Wade, and Charles Walker Winston. All of these men I knew to some degree or other during the time I was there. I saw many of them die. I saw many of them after they were wounded and subsequently died. And I can guarantee you, every one of them to a man did his duty for his country, even though most of them didn't want to be there. And I will always remember them, revere their memory, and I love them. They were my brothers. And I hope you know that these men lived, and most of them should be here today were it not for that goddamn war.
Well, we appreciate that input, Sarge, and your remembrance of your fallen brethren. Happy Memorial Day to you and all the other soldiers and veterans out there. But you know, I'm out.
I forgot to add the last thing on the list, and maybe one of the most important, because without this man, I would not be here today. He was our artillery forward observer, and we were about to be overrun one night. Despite being wounded, he kept calling in the spooky gunship and the artillery that kept us from being overrun. And his name is First Lieutenant Bruce W. Heskett. Okay. God bless you, Lieutenant Heskett. You were the best.
Sorry, okay, listen, no disrespect to the names that you just called out or you. But those guys were over there fighting for exactly not what happened on January the 6th.
Those were my thoughts.
I appreciate you supporting, your friends and all that kind of stuff, but that ain't what you guys was over there. Sarge, y'all wasn't over there fighting for what happened on January the 6th. Now, you know that.
There you go.
I think that every single one of us, if they were asked, would say, if you legitimately believe that an election was stolen from you, and we know now, indisputably, government agencies put their finger on the scale of the election, not in doubt, they would say, do you have the right to go and petition your government for redress of that grievance? And to a man, I know they would have said yes.
Okay, so let's take what you just said, right? Now, you and your soldiers, if y'all was being honest and about the way you handle business and y'all disagreed with an election, the proper way to disagree with an election is through our court systems, not through violence and not through the way they did it on January the 6th. There is no way that you can support what happened on January the 6th, not when you know how this system works.
True. Couldn't say it any better.
Because if you
well, wait a minute, I don't know why we have to keep talking past each other, because I've repeatedly told you I do not hold with those who attack police officers and vandalize windows in the Capitol. I said that over and over again. And you keep acting as though I didn't say it. The people who came down there and listened to Donald Trump and then went down to the Capitol and then protested without vandalizing anything, without breaking any windows, without assaulting Capitol police officers. They had every single right in the world to go to the protest in the manner that they did.
Okay, but
I have no grief for those who rioted.
Listen to what I'm saying.
I said it over and over again.
Listen to what I'm saying. On the day that the Electoral College was being counted, the previous president on that very day held a fucking rally. That in itself was wrong, because he did not care about the process of the new president getting fucking elected. What I'm trying to tell you is that whole event was wrong. If y'all had grievances, you should have took it to the goddamn court. Donald Trump should not have held that rally, gave that speech, and pointed those people to the Capitol. That should not have happened.
Mm-hmm. That is a reason for you not to vote for him then, but there's no reason to say he did anything illegal.
For him to go to prison.
We're not talking about voting.
That is a reason for you not to vote for him, but not to say that he needs to go to jail.
He could go to jail for that.
Sarge.
We're not talking about votes. How about him getting breaking the law and going?
Oh, you better find out what he did that was illegal, because I don't see anything he did illegal.
Well, Jack Smith is going to tell us pretty soon. Jack Smith will let us know.
Well, then I'll wait for it. In the meantime, as far as I'm concerned, there is no case.
Hold on.
He's not going to accept
what about
it,
his lawyer? Hold on, Sarge.
When you show me the evidence of it, let me know.
What about his former lawyer, Donald Trump's former lawyer, saying that he was holding information, or he had his people holding information from Donald Trump's own lawyers?
I don't know what that information is.
Oh, you don't know about
that. What is it, Jay? I don't even tell you what it is.
You don't know.
Selective.
Yeah, I don't know. You said you did. Now tell me what it is, or do you know anything?
His former lawyer said that, so speak to him.
All right, what?
I have a question.
I'm asking you. You're the one making the claim.
No,
what did he say?
Mama's boy.
Peace, family.
What's
up, I have a question.
And please, can you continue where I left off, brother? Like I said, there's a lawyer that is claiming that there was information being withheld when he was trying to claim, and this is Trump's own lawyer trying to get information.
Jay New York, it's funny you say that. It's funny you bring that up, because there's other lawyers doing other things. And I wanted to ask everybody, including Sarge, what they think about Ty Cobb, Trump's ex-lawyer, saying that he's going to do some jail time over the obstruction of justice thing. Just saying.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing about the whistleblower that says he's got proof positive that he gave to the FBI, as an FBI agent himself, of Joe Biden being involved in an influence-selling racket while he was vice president of the United States. And the FBI is trying to withhold the Form 2023 upon which he gave that information to the FBI under oath. They're trying to withhold it from the Congressional Oversight Committee. I'm going to say the same thing.
Sargy. There you go.
Dismantle that FBI.
Well, yeah, he know the FBI ain't finna give up no paperwork. I mean, that's bullshit. That's a ruse that the Republicans is running. They're trying to say that the FBI is holding them back from completing this investigation on Biden because they done ran out of lies to tell about the laptop, about the Joe Biden connection to Burisma and his son. So they now know the FBI. Yeah, they know the FBI ain't finna give them shit. So now they're telling their viewers we can't do nothing else because the FBI won't give us the paperwork. That's bullshit.
And Tyrone, and then they say they lied. Tucker Carlson, I heard it out of his mouth. He said he lied to his audience.
Yeah, I mean, now you're going to hear Sarge talking about the FBI won't give up something. This bullshit, Sarge. You know that.
And where did that come from? Where did it come from?
I'm going to say it again the 1,000th time. The FBI is not in the Constitution. The oversight powers of Congress are in the Constitution. They gave the FBI a subpoena for information. There are ways to handle these things so the chairman of the committee and his selective staff can selectively view these things in a secure, compartmentalized information facility. There is no reason for the FBI to withhold information. Again, they are not in the Constitution. The oversight power of Congress is Congress has issued a subpoena for the information. They have no legal right to withhold it.
Okay, Sarge, listen, like I just explained to you earlier, you used to be a police officer, and during active investigations, it doesn't matter who asks for it, you're not going to give anybody shit during an active investigation. Supposedly, they supposed to be investigating Hunter Biden for his taxes, right? And this illegal gun that he have. So if he's up on the investigation, you're not going to get any paperwork.
No, that's not true.
Okay,
so that's why I keep saying you're wrong.
I'm not done. Now, you cut me off. Now, I listen to you. If he's up on the investigation by the FBI, then they're not going to give you any paperwork that's dealing with Hunter Biden. They're not going to just release that, do it with a goddamn subpoena because it might screw up the investigation. But on the other hand, you just can't go ask the FBI for shit and they give it to you. That is not the way the FBI work. And you know that. You was a goddamn cop. What the fuck is wrong with you?
It is not about Hunter Biden. It is about Joe Biden directly accepting payment for influence peddling while he was vice president. It is not about Hunter Biden. It is about Joe Biden.
The FBI.
And it was attested to on a Form 2023 that the FBI took and has in their possession. And they want to see it.
Tyrone,
Huh?
have you heard them complain to Garland? Who does the FBI work for?
Right.
It's the Congress of the United States. They provide the budget for the FBI. They have oversight. It's in Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution.
Sorry, listen.
Well,
Comer said.
I want to point out something, everybody. Now, let's just say what Sarge is talking about is true. If things were to go like it went when Donald Trump was in office, all that shit would wait until his presidency was over. But in a hypocritical fashion, as always, you want Joe Biden to be punished while he's president, while your
that's a good point. That is a good
didn't
point.
have to fucking face none of that shit. Yeah, I get you.
That's a good point. That's why he got away with the impeachments, because he was president.
No, that's not it. He was impeached, and he could have been removed from office as a result. If this is true, what is being alleged, there are grounds for impeachment, which Congress has every right to bring against him, even though he was vice president at the time. And impeachment is a civil proceeding. It is not a criminal one.
Sorry, listen, hold on. Listen, don't cut me off. But it got to a point to where what Mama's boy is saying is that they said they can't charge a sitting president or whatever the fuck it was. So
with a crime, not with an impeachable offense.
You're accusing him of a crime. You are accusing him of a crime, nigga, and you wanting them to fucking do something about it. But what Mama's boy said when Trump was president, all this shit, his emoluments, all of that shit with his hotels, all of those crimes that his children committed, getting money from the fucking Saudis, all that shit that he did that was criminal activity waited till he was after the goddamn president, Sarge. So goddamn.
Again, Tyrone, you fail to separate the distinction between indicting a president for a criminal offense and the civil procedure that is known as an impeachment. They are not the same. Okay, even though you impeach someone for high crimes and misdemeanors, you can't put them in jail for it. You can only remove them from office after a trial in the Senate.
Okay, well, you don't understand what I'm saying.
You don't understand, sir. You gotta read the Constitution.
But look, I gotta go. So y'all go ahead and have at it. Mama's boy, go ahead and tear his ass up. I'll holler at y'all.
Peace, brother.
If Joe Biden did that,